photographers to take their pictures as I take leave of the stage, so you have a proper picture without the MC.
Thank you very much, honorable ministers, and our chief guest who was here representing our Minister of Finance, the Honorable Henry Musasizi, and we want to appreciate you. And shortly we'll continue with the rest of our program because this was the opening ceremony. And now we'll dive into the crux of our conversations this morning, and shortly we'll have the keynote presentation, and we'll then immediately after that have our panel session. Our very first moderator for this session, Dr. Sam Mugume. Dr. Sam Mugume Kojo should be on standby because this session is coming up. I'll now invite our keynote speaker, Paul Martin. Paul, if you're ready, we are happy to dive into our keynotes. And Dr. Sam will be chairing this session immediately after our keynote. So Paul Martin very shortly will run us through his keynote presentation. I will shortly introduce his bio, and as Paul makes his way and ensure that our technical team has set up the presentation, allow me just run through a short bio of Paul, and I know Paul doesn't like long introductions, so I am trying to ensure that you get to know who Paul is. I did see a reference to Dr. Paul as Dr. Paul Martin. He will correct us on that. So Paul, you'll allow me just run through your profile just shortly. So Paul Martin is a UK national with over 30 years of experience in issues related to the environment. And I'm being careful here because it's a bit long, and I will try not to spoil his profile, all right? So he has 30 years experience on issues related with environment, natural resources, and climate change. And at the World Bank, Paul has worked across multiple regions: South and East Asia, West and East Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Paul has also been a leader in promoting programmatic approaches in sustainable and management, leveraging the World Bank's results-based financing for addressing climate change and integrating climate incentives in the World Bank financing. Paul currently manages the financing and technical assistance portfolio of the World Bank's East and Southern Africa Environment Department. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Paul Martin.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you for that kind introduction, Maurice. So, permanent secretaries, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real honor to be asked to give this keynote address. And I'd like to congratulate Makerere University for taking the lead on this very important subject. I really enjoyed the choir at the beginning, and it was the first time I think I've heard the Ugandan national anthem, and it struck me how nature-aware the Ugandan national anthem is, with its references to the fertile land that feeds us, which is very much part of the theme of what I will be talking about this morning and later in the symposium. So what I thought I'd do for the keynote is share some of the experience that the World Bank has had over the past, actually quite many years now, working with clients on natural capital accounting, building climate into macroeconomic modeling, and some of the latest advances trying to better automate the integration of nature and climate into macroeconomic modeling. But first of all, let's have a quick look to remind ourselves why this is important, why we should care about integrating climate and nature into macroeconomic modeling. So the World Bank has now produced over 70 country and climate development reports. And as you can see from this map here, almost the whole of Africa has been covered, and by the end of this year, practically the whole of each African country will have one of these country climate and development reports completed. And the kind of things that come out of this, if I can give you a few examples, in Côte d'Ivoire, the overall productivity lost to agriculture could amount to more than 17% by 2050. In Ghana, hydropower generation could be reduced by up to 1/3 by 2040. In Kenya, where road transport carries more than 90% of all freight and passenger traffic, the impact of climate change on infrastructure, roads and bridges, could be in the hundreds of millions every year. And in the DRC, the poverty rate could increase by more than 7 percentage points, pushing additional 16 million people into poverty. So there's a vast range of effects associated with climate change that by integrating them into macroeconomic modeling become apparent. Turning to nature, why do we care about incorporating nature into macroeconomic planning? Well, as much as half of global GDP depends on natural capital and the ecosystem services it provides. Now, just reflect for a minute about that term ecosystem service, because it's one that's very important for this discussion. Ecosystem services are usually broken down into 3 categories: provisioning, cultural, and regulating. Provisioning is the kind of service that anyway gets into GDP and into the models. It's the timber, it's the fish, it's the even agricultural products, and those are traded in the market and they make it into the models. Cultural services, they don't all make it into GDP, but in Africa, it includes tourism, and that's very much part of GDP. But the final category is the one that's most important to us. And if you remember only one thing from my keynote this morning, it's that these regulating services, which include things like control of flooding, reduction of soil erosion and sedimentation, control of landslides, recharge of aquifers, cleaning of water resources, and crop pollination. These are all regulating services. These are not traded in the markets, so they do not have a dollar value automatically associated with them, and therefore they do not automatically appear in GDP and other kinds of macroeconomic modeling. So there's a really important for us to bear in mind that largely what we're talking about is the regulating services that are part of the ecosystem services. And that chart that you have here looks, well, so these ecosystem services, they flow from natural capital wealth, which can be measured through natural capital accounting. When we look at the change in wealth per capita in Africa over the last 30 years or so, we see that produced capital has increased by about 20%. That's infrastructure, largely. Human capital has increased. That's skills and education and productive capacity of the population, has increased by 1/3. Non-renewable natural capital, which is largely minerals, has declined by 60%, but maybe that's okay because you want to convert your mineral wealth into other forms of wealth. But the last element here is the renewable natural capital, and probably you want to keep that producing these ecosystem services. The renewable natural capital across Africa over the last 30 years has declined by 40%, more than 40%. So its capacity to produce these ecosystem services has also declined. And when we combine all these elements together to reach a total for the real wealth per capita, across sub-Saharan Africa, this has been declining since 2010. So with this concern in mind about declining renewable natural capital and the ecosystem services that they provide, the World Bank has been working with many governments across Africa to support natural capital accounting. Africa's rich natural resources are foundational for sustainable development and human well-being. And these resources, because these services are not traded, are often undervalued, limiting the incentives and capacity to manage and protect them. That's why we need national natural capital accounts to track, value, and sustain these ecosystem services. I'm going to give you a few examples of where we've got to with natural capital accounting in 3 African countries, in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Zambia. I'm going to skip this slide for the interest of time, but still talking about what we've been doing in Ethiopia with natural capital. We've been working, it takes a lot of data to do this, and then the analytics, and then in that process building the institutions that are able to sustain the process of gathering and analyzing the data. Among the key achievements in Ethiopia is the recent approval of the proclamation regarding payment for ecosystem services, the development of the national roadmap for natural capital accounting, and the development of the land account report. I highlighted the payment for ecosystem services proclamation because it provides a legal foundation for results-based financing in forest restoration, sustainable land management, and carbon projects. The World Bank has been involved for a long time in sustainable land management in Ethiopia, and now with this proclamation, agreements have been signed between communities and even the private sector to pay for the ecosystem services that sustainable land management is providing. Through this process of the natural capital accounting in Ethiopia, we have helped the government develop the investment prioritization tool, which has been super helpful in identifying which are the critical watersheds to focus on for sustainable land management. And this tool, through knowledge exchanges, is also being applied and adopted in other countries. Kenya and Zambia in particular are ones we're working with. So turning to Kenya, in Kenya, the integration of natural capital accounting has happened into the budget policy statement, and it's already impacting policy and fiscal decisions in some quite concrete ways. And I think this is what's really interesting about where we've got to with natural capital accounting. We're getting to the point where it's having concrete impacts on policy and fiscal decisions. So for example, in Kenya, it's strengthening public investment prioritization by valuing and tracking depreciation of natural assets in forests, water, and land, guiding spending towards sustainability and climate resilience. It's improving revenue analysis and also the risk management of the fiscal affairs, including identification of nature-related fiscal risks, which helps strengthen medium-term planning. And it's also strengthening cross-sectoral policy alignment by making sure natural capital considerations are built into sector performance frameworks. Quickly turning to Zambia, where we've been working for quite some years now on natural capital accounting. We work with the Ministry of Finance and National Planning in close collaboration with ZamStats, which is the custodian of official statistics, as well as many sector ministries in forestry, water, tourism, etc., etc. This has led to the updating of land and forest accounts, which reveal, by way of example, a significant expansion of cropland and built areas into forest areas with a loss of tree cover and wetlands, and a few emerging pockets of restoration. which has implications for food security, climate resilience, and ecosystem services. Forests are shown to deliver critical economic and ecological services, including erosion control, supporting livelihoods, and carbon sequestration. And the accounts also provide a strong basis to work on REDD+ strategies for payments for emission reductions, as well as sustainable forest management and climate finance engagement. With that, I'm going to turn quickly to where we've got to with building climate into macroeconomic modeling, in particular through these country climate and development reports. So now that this has been done for 70 or more countries, there's quite a well-established modeling framework to do this. The CCDRs apply a modeling framework that links climate to the biophysical to macroeconomic models, which enables us to quantify economic losses across multiple channels, such as heat, stress, droughts, and floods. The CCDRs use these biophysical models to convert climate variables to physical effects, such as impacts on agricultural yields and productivity, and flood depths. These results are then aggregated at a national scale using weights related to land cover and population, and converted into economic shocks, which can then be put through the macroeconomic model to give us results for sector productivity, labor, and capital. From that, we can start considering what are the effects at the macroeconomic level of adaptation strategies. And here's some examples of the kind of extent of macroeconomic impact that you see from these adaptation strategies. So CCDRs have confirmed the severe risks that climate change poses to many African countries, and the significant opportunities that can be derived from adaptation actions. In fact, well-designed adaptation measures can generate high economic returns. And there's a few examples on this slide. So you'll see in Malawi that targeted adaptation in agriculture, livestock, and land management, as well as roads and bridges and other forms of infrastructure, can cut the impact on GDP from 11% down to less than 5%. In many Sahelian countries, interventions such as expanded irrigation, better livestock feed, and climate-resilient infrastructure can reduce GDP losses by up to 5 percentage points by country. And in DRC, adaptation actions can reduce climate damages by almost 40%. For the Uganda CCDR, there was an augmented macroeconomic model developed it was tailored to incorporate the climate data. And the key messages from this are kind of summarized in these charts, that if no action is taken to address climate change, the impacts on GDP continue to increase over time. These charts show two scenarios, or the one on the left is business as usual, one on the right is aspirational with faster growth, but the analysis showed that even growing faster, it will help, but it will not get rid of the climate change impacts. While heat stress is the most damaging factor, soil erosion, inland flooding, and rain-fed agricultural losses each contribute about 0.2% to the reduction in GDP. This underscores the urgent need for adaptation measures, which were then, again, modeled for Uganda with this more detailed modeling approach. These show the benefits of climate action at the sectoral level translate into benefits in terms of GDP. Implementing the climate actions under the business as usual and the aspirational scenario can result in positive contributions to GDP compared to the baseline. Most of that positive contribution came from adaptation actions in water resources, water supply, and sanitation, which added about 3 percentage points to GDP by reducing health-related heat stress and, in particular, enabling more irrigation. In this final section, I'm going to talk about the latest advances where we try and automate more nature and climate together into macroeconomic models. So the CCDRs have highlighted the need to jointly analyze climate and nature risks in development planning. If those regulating ecosystem services that I mentioned at the beginning, and I don't want you to forget, if those regulating ecosystem services are excluded from macroeconomic models, it's not possible to assess the economic impacts that climate and policy changes have on those resources. So, while a few CCDRs have used a full nature-aware automated link between macroeconomic and biophysical models, many have used a non-automated or complementary modeling approach. The first 3 that used the automated approach were India, Uganda, and Sri Lanka. And the way they did this was by bringing together 3 dynamically interacting models. And I'm sure that these are the kind of things that will be discussed in the technical sessions that follow in the symposium. But the 3 models are the macroeconomic model, the land use, land cover model, and then a spatially explicit ecosystem services model. So the challenge of this automated approach is bringing all 3 kinds of model together so they can work together. I'm going to end with a few examples. These examples here are from what I termed the complementary modeling approach. So it wasn't fully automated, but they provide some interesting examples of what happens when you combine nature and climate into your macroeconomic modeling. It shows that nature and climate risks are interconnected, and that there are gains to be made from analyzing them together when we're designing development and climate strategies. So, for example, Malawi has a lot of land degradation. About 80% of the land is degraded, which means that it faces very high risks from climate change related to agriculture as well as water infrastructure, and that land degradation could increase the infrastructure damage by up to 25% by 2050. In Botswana, this combined modeling demonstrated that climate change threatens ecosystems that sustain nature-based tourism, which is a key source of foreign exchange and jobs in Botswana. And in Central Asian countries, the integrated landscape management combined with climate-smart technologies can have very significant boost to crop values and pasture production in the hundreds of millions. This slide here is from the Indian application of what I termed the automated approach to bringing nature and climate into modeling. It used the manage model, which is a CGE model, and it was an adapted nature-aware version that the World Bank helped pilot. In this nature-aware use of the model, changes in the regulating ecosystem services that are brought about by policy interventions affect the economy through specific impact channels, and the pilot assessed the outcomes in 3 different reforestation scenarios. I won't go into them in detail, but just to give you the headlines from the results, that these reforestation scenarios had positive GDP impacts, all 3 of them, and the one with the greatest change to forest cover, the difference in annual GDP exceeded 3%. And what this model allowed was to show that the economic gains reflect both the direct economy effects, which is the timber production, for example, and other economy-wide impacts, including the increased productivity due to improved ecosystem services, particularly of pollination, and enhanced erosion mitigation. So that's kind of the forefront of where we are with the modeling, and I'm sure this will be part of the discussion that you will have in the symposium, how to get more automated nature and climate segments, models, integrated with the macroeconomic models. So in my final slide here, I look at the way forward a little bit for natural capital accounting and these nature and climate-aware macroeconomic models. So we should continue to mainstream natural capital accounting into government policy and planning. This requires ongoing account production and continuing through symposiums such as this to raise the awareness and understanding of natural capital accounting with both technical experts and decision makers. To move forward on the production of these accounts, we need collaboration, the kind of collaboration we're seeing in the room today, but also between government sectors for data integration and harmonization. There's a lot of work, data collation and analysis that goes into this, which means that you need to prioritize which accounts to focus on. In terms of the leadership, there is the community of practice for natural capital accounting for Africa, which I think is now led by the African Development Bank, as well as the Finance Ministers Platform, which is a powerful opportunity to move together, to acknowledge nature as an economic asset. Data gaps are a key part of the challenge, and we need to continue working together to fill those gaps, to increase the availability of natural capital databases at national level. And a final word of caution around the limitations of macroeconomic modeling. There are limitations inherent to them, and this can make it hard to represent some of the impacts of nature on the economy. So when we interpret the results of this macroeconomic modeling, we shouldn't take it at face value as gospel. We should always be aware of the limitations of what went into the models as we try to improve them. Just to end, I'd like to say I hope this symposium is an important step on this way forward. Thank you very much.
Surely we can do better than that. Can we appreciate Paul Martin? Thank you for kickstarting our conversation this morning. As I invite Dr. Sam Mugume to come, I'll quickly mention that Dr. Sam and his panel will be delving into the keynote, but they will be strategically looking at the natural capital accounting and climate change nexus in Africa, and of course its impact on fiscal policy. So may we, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dr. Sam Mugume Kojo, who is from the Ministry of Finance, and he will introduce his panel. Dr. Sam, we lost a bit of time in the morning, so I'll request that you allow us to take our coffee break at around 11:20. I'll be moderating that time, so you have about 42 minutes.
Thank you, Maurice. I thought I had 35, 42 is better. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'll stand on this existing protocol. Thank you. Thank you. That was. It's a pleasure to be here. This is great. And I want to thank Makerere University for organizing this. Before I call upon my panel, like the minister said, Uganda is co-chairing the Coalition of Finance Ministers on Climate Action, a coalition of 100 country members, 102. 2 days ago, we got Somalia and Malawi joining us. And what we do within that coalition is to make sure that we understand what Martin presented better and put it into our Minister of Finance, Minister of Planning objectives and daily work. We've tried to do that. Martin, thank you so much for that really presentation, because it has eased my work. I'll not even introduce what the panel is going to do, but gladly to say that as a country, we've done a lot with support from development partners, including World Bank. We have the CCDR, Climate Change Development Report. We did the physical risk assessments of climate change. And these have helped us inform policies and what we do. We want to do much more to get better so that our policies are climate sensitive, knowing the impact of climate change and natural capital on our economy. So these are strong points. And on that note, I'd like to invite my panel, and this panel is going to discuss your presentation. That's number one. We shall get examples of what is happening in the country, the different countries, and we'll see the way forward, where we want to take. This panel has the academia, has the policymakers, and as you'll see, it's a great panel. Starting with number one, I would like to call upon Professor Edward Barley, who is this panel. Professor Edward Barley is a professor from Makerere University. I don't want to make a lot of things. I may make mistakes. He'll tell us, but you know him. And he's the main convener of this symposium. The next person to invite, who is a panelist here, is Mr. Ronald Kagwa. Mr. Ronald Kagwa works with National Planning Authority. He's a manager, natural resources and tourism. I'd also like to invite Professor Richard Mulwa, a professor of environmental economics based at the Faculty of Law, University of Nairobi, who is with us here to discuss. I want to read this name very well so that I don't make any mistake. Akanyime Time. Akanyime Time is from Nigeria, and I'll get his details later on and let you know. Time, you're calling me even, and good you're coming up here. Then I do have Dr. Shah Abdul Saad. He's a civil servant and researcher in sustainability transition, employed in the Ministry of Economic Relations Division, Ministry of Finance, Bangladesh. Saad, you're very, very welcome. I am sure I got a full panel on this. I hope I've not left anybody. Let me check for clarity so that, oh, my boss, Dr. Mukiza, he may not be here, but I'm sure he sent a representative. Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Hopefully they'll come in. But to start with, we do have the academia here. We do have people from Ministry of Finance. We do have people from National Planning Authority. And there's no debate. Paul made it very clear to us that natural capital, and I'm sure I know you know it, those who are coming from Africa and also Asian Pacific side, that our economy highly depends on natural capital. We also know that climate change shocks are disrupting a number of things, especially our physical policies, our expenditure, our revenue, and the debt burden. Those are clear things. I want now to come to you. And I will start with I don't want to start with you, Professor, because you will have to tell us what to do next. I'll start with Timmy from Nigeria. Data, analysis, macroeconomic understanding of climate risks and opportunities. How have they been helpful in Nigeria to access climate financing, to access general financing for development, but also to inform policies at your level? I know you've discussed this in a number of meetings. I'll only give you 3 minutes because I know you can make a lecture on that, but please go on.
Thank you, Sam. Temita Pakem is my name. I'm a special advisor to the Honorable Minister of Finance for Nigeria on green growth and climate finance. So to the question, the issue of natural capital accounting is a grave one that the world is just getting to appreciate. Nigeria is doing a pilot phase now with 2 states out of 36. Data is a big problem. Natural capital accounting is like a macro look at a country's non-financial resources. But even on a tactical level, when we're doing projects now, usually we do the financial IRR, internal rate of return. What we've started doing now is to do an economic rate of return. And the EIRR actually now integrates on an operational level the externalities, cost of carbon, impact on the environment. We try and financialize it such that we bring down, but again, like you said, data paucity is a big problem. But our Bureau of Statistics is championing gathering data to help us expand that. But again, fiscal risks, climate risks are now becoming fiscal risks. I was talking to the gentleman from Mozambique yesterday. They had a huge flood, and all of a sudden, all their budget is gone. They're now looking to go and raise money in the market. So it's a fiscal issue, and this is the second one they're having. So again, we have to find a way to plan this, to integrate this into our planning and ensure that it's seen. Although the politics is a big problem. So we'll get back to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Timmy, and for giving us that experience and for showing that this is really important. I'll come back to you at the end, give you 2 minutes, keep thinking about it. What should we do as policymakers, and what should the academia do? That is your question. I come to our own, Mr. Ronald Kagwa from National Planning Authority. I know you've been in this sphere for a long time. We started natural capital accounting here, and you know, Bureau of Statistics has produced a number of accounts that we've used. You are part of you understand very well what we do in macroeconomic models, the extended sum, social accounting metrics that we've had, and the rest. I want to ask you a question. This is going to be negative. I'm tilting it the other way. Briefly, let us know the impact of net taking, for example, taking Uganda as an example, and considering what Martin presented, the impact to economy of not considering climate-sensitive shocks and not taking in the use of natural capital in planning and budgeting.
Thank you very much, Sam. First of all, I want to say that Uganda is a natural resource-based economy. Our prospects for development are very much anchored on the quality, productivity of our natural resources. Therefore, if we don't consider these natural resources in our planning, we become very vulnerable. And Uganda is one of the most vulnerable countries to the impacts of climate change because of our great dependency on natural resources. Therefore, one of the great risks that we are likely to face is actually on macroeconomic instability. Our economy is driven by natural resources. Therefore, there are distortions in our macroeconomic projections, distortions in our growth targets, poverty reduction targets, all these will be, and of course, our revenue base will be diminished. And this is very evident at the local government level, where local revenue comes from, these natural resources. And that's a very great risk. But also, more importantly, there are livelihood risks to sustainability of the livelihoods of our people that depend on these natural resources for life sustenance. Food insecurity, for example, will be one of the key challenges. Issues of energy insecurity, water insecurity, all these are critical. And we have today climate-driven conflicts, natural resource-driven conflicts. So, not considering natural resources, natural capital in our planning, exposes us to natural resource-based conflicts, and these are, evident. Refugees, climate refugees are coming up, and has a governance, dimension that also comes in. Of course, we've lost a lot of lives in the country. A lot of our infrastructure has been lost. I've also heard, various our economic growth targets, have not been made, partly because of these risks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kagwa, for really showing, and I know this is what he was showing, that this is very critical. You stand to lose a lot. You forecast what you're going to, the investment portfolios you're going to make are not going to be right, and then you may end up losing your growth, and that's very. I want to come to you, Professor Murwa. We've already heard from two practitioners, policymakers, and people who really want to take this. I want to ask you, what role do you see the academia playing in supporting decision-making, especially supporting the policy makers here, to develop climate-sensitive economic policies? Reflecting on what Martin presented, reflecting on your knowledge on natural capital accounting and macroeconomic modeling, knowing very well that capacity, most of us, I wasn't trying to do climate. That is lacking. Go on, Prof.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. I think, first of all, it's important to appreciate where we are coming from in this arena of natural capital accounting and climate-sensitive modeling. I think in the initial years, around 2008, and I think Paul presented that, we had the system of national accounts that came into being, and almost immediately after that, I think we had the development of satellite accounts for energy, water, land, the physical supply use tables, and the monetary supply use tables. And again, immediately following that, we had the economics of ecosystems and biodiversity that came in, and those were the initial baby steps in trying to attach value to ecosystem services. And then around 2012, we had the SEA, the System of Economic and Environmental Accounting. So you can see this was a lot that was coming in quick succession. And first of all, the academia and the researchers had to digest this before you translate this to the policymakers. And again, the relationship between academia and policymakers, right now it's improving a lot. Initially, I think everybody used to sit in their own corner, and we used to dismiss each other, so to say. But now we've realized that there's no way we can work in separate silos. So a lot has been improved. Giving examples from Kenya, right now we have projects that we are doing together. We are incorporating policymakers into the research that we are doing. And I want to believe that going forward, even in this area of natural capital accounting and climate-sensitive macro modeling, it's going to be easier because many of these policymakers also, many of them are very well trained. So appreciating these things is not very hard. It's just we need to translate them in a language that is understandable to them. That has been the challenge, but I think we are breaking those barriers slowly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And thank you so much for telling us that the academia is moving out of the towers. It's coming to where the real work is. I remember when I was here as a student, now Professor Bale would be seated that side, Dr. Musasizi would be seated this side. Professor Bale would be telling me, you're not doing this, you're not doing this, and the other one would be answering. But now we are all seated here, talking about the same thing, seeing how we can do it best, and that's what you're saying, we should be able to work together, and that's what we want to promote as much as possible. Dr. Saad, I'll come to you last. I want to come to Professor Bale. I had promised to come to you last, but now Professor Muro has, the way he because you have to come to us. Now, I want to ask you, this is because you have a child here, Center of Excellency for Climate-Sensitive Modeling. How can we leverage on this center, one, to inspire academic and public policymakers across Africa to recognize the importance of natural capital accounting and climate macroeconomic modeling? How?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, colleagues. I think I will pitch on the fact that the university stands on 3 pillars. That is academic training, research, and then policy engagement, policy dialogues. And so the type of efforts that we are doing in natural capital accounting and climate-sensitive macroeconomic modeling actually follows exactly those 3 major pillars of a university. And whereas we try as much as possible, Makerere University has made a very bold resolution to be a top-notch research-intensive university, and a number of interventions have been undertaken by university management to achieve that. And one of those is to create research entities and think tanks and research centers that are away from the traditional academic teaching departments, with the main aim of really going thoroughly and deeply into aspects that affect our society, part of which is the climate change, biodiversity loss, and others. And so what we are doing in climate-sensitive macroeconomic modeling here is actually to leverage an independent center of excellence to do this work. And this center is well situated to look into aspects of improving the methodological approaches, having methodological innovations, data development. We have talked about the satellite accounts and extending the environmental and the climate satellite accounts and all that, and as well as actually creating policy-embedded research partnerships, because as you are aware, we are very much into partnerships, and my colleague here has mentioned, more than ever before, universities are out to work with the policy makers, to sit on the same table, to look at the policy questions and then address them seriously. And so how can we leverage what you have talked about to bring forth, to bring to understanding the climate-sensitive macroeconomic modeling and natural capital accounting, one of which is, and very importantly, are the partnerships. And the partnership that we have built, a long-standing partnership with the Minister of Finance, is one of the models that has worked. Here in Makerere, we have more than one initiative that is very successful, and this has been built between academia and the Minister of Finance. But not only Minister of Finance, but also other entities of government, as well as the private sector. The other issue that is very important is the translation of research into policy-ready tools. That is very critical for us. And here, I'm talking about, for example, if you think about climate-sensitive macroeconomic modeling tools like CGE and others, they shouldn't remain theoretical. But what we are really focusing on is to make sure that they contribute to fiscal planning, they contribute to debt sustainability analysis, they contribute to guiding the green investment strategies and other things. And at the same time, when you think about it, what we need to do is to champion the Africa-led modeling, because really Africa is unique. Many of us have mentioned that one. We have unique features like informality, like vulnerability to climate change, like being dependent on natural capital by our nature. And as a result, it means that we need to come up with that type of approach to our problems through economic modeling by leveraging the uniqueness. It is not the case that Africa is here to take in all the other modeling frameworks. But at Makerere University, and I am sure that even other universities in Africa, for which we are looking forward to create a knowledge ecosystem in these areas, we are out to make sure that the type of models that we take in are those that are fitting our unique, peculiar aspects. And so championing these activities on the continent. And most importantly, we have heard of the Pan-African platform or forum of finance ministers. And we are looking forward to engaging, providing evidence, engaging in capacity building. The School of Economics is running a flagship program in these areas, the Master of Science in Economic and the Investment Modeling. The Vice Chancellor has just mentioned here that this program is being co-facilitated. School of Economics, but also Minister of Finance people are involved in this program. And so a number of those are being developed along that flagship program. The short-term capacity building, what I would call the exhaustive programs that point out key aspects, point out key gaps, and then use like 2 weeks or 3 weeks to close that gap amongst government officials and other people. So we are ready to work influencing these aspects along those 3 pillars that make a university: evidence, academic training, but also trying to transit away from the theory to practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Barry. That was really awesome. And the partnerships, I know you're very great at that. I would like to tell you the model that we're using here, Makerere is using with government entities, Minister of Finance, for example, is something we're looking at the global coalition. And we've noticed it. It's really, some countries have it, but it seems very strong here. And probably another time we'll discuss how that strength comes in. And speaking about the models, yeah, keep them not, let them not be abstract, let them be real. Let them be as simple as possible so that we can be able to understand and use them. And the African call is real. The Pan-African Finance Ministries platform is on and is looking ahead to you as a center of excellency, like you established yourself. So we're looking ahead for greater partnership. I want to come to you, Saad, Dr. Saad from Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a strong member of the Coalition of Finance Ministers of Climate Action, which I've spoke about. How have you and other region member countries benefited from the coalition? That's number one. On the subject matter, natural capital accounting and macroeconomic modeling. I know they have HP4 and a lot of things you'll talk about. Consideration in physical policy. Your time, Dr. Saad.
I should answer by focusing on the natural capital accounting and ecosystem service. So if I answer that from that perspective, then finance, which is a key enabler for climate action, should more make sense. Yeah. And so how Bangladesh measure its growth? By accounting for how much we produce without considering how much natural capital we use up. First and second, as a delta, typical to a delta, Bangladesh does have the forest ecosystem, the aquatic ecosystem, the maritime ecosystem, and agricultural land, very fertile silt. But what happens? The environmental degradation and biodiversity loss account for $6.5 billion per year, meaning it's a highly extractive economy with 1,300 people living per square kilometers, poverty rate around 20%, Gini income coefficient 0.499. So clearly understandable that alone on forest and aquatic ecosystem, apart from the maritime ecosystem, 19 million people directly rely on them for their livelihoods. So it's highly under pressure. So if we did consider the green stress in our growth, the growth rate would have been 2 to 3% lower than the projected 5%. Now, how we can, so this is the, but Bangladesh does one thing that was mentioned here, SEA, System of Environmental and Economic Accounting, and ecosystem accounts for forests by the Bureau of Statistics, but these do not inform the macroeconomic decision making. But this is very linked to the very existence of Bangladesh. That said, and another point, I mean, for example, the forest ecosystem, the mangrove, per year, per major event, provides 500 million to 1 billion avoided cost in infrastructure and livelihood damage. So this is really very critical to consider to guide appropriate climate action by fostering synergy across UNFCCC, UNCCD, and CBD mandates. Now, coming to the CFMCA, if macroeconomic modeling, I mean, climate finance is highly entangled and linked with political economy. So it is not that sophisticated macroeconomic modeling is the solution. The solution lies with the fiscal lens and ownership by the sectoral ministries and departments, and aligning that with the natural capital. That should be more helpful. Just, I will finish with an example. The Delta Plan 21,000 of Bangladesh measured the cost of inaction, which may be translated into 2 to 3% GDP loss. But how much Delta plan was financed? That's the question, internally or externally. But what I believe in, that line ministries and departments, those who are responsible for land zoning, for maritime spatial planning, they have to match the internal resources with the external support. So this is how I think CFMCA provides us an opportunity for us, how we can build up that complementarity and bolster our internal preparedness and save our biodiversity, our natural capital.
Thank you so much.
Having a synergy in the UNFCCC, UNCCD, and CBD mandates.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saadi. That's awesome. That's good explanation. Bangladesh and the coalition. Dr. Mukiza is not here, but I know if I wasn't the moderator, he would have instructed me to sit in his chair because I'm a statistician in Ministry of Finance. And I will tell you briefly the things that Bureau of Statistics has done in this area. Bureau of Statistics is mandated by law to produce natural capital accounts. And they produced a number of accounts, land accounts, water accounts, forest accounts. The most recent one is the monetary services account 2023, which shows the flows and stocks of the resources that we have. And Bureau has done this in collaboration with other ministries, Ministry of Finance, for example, Ministry of Water Environment, National Planning Authority. We do have a technical working group that works on these numbers. And from the numbers, the Bureau has disseminated, the website has all these accounts. These numbers have been used by the Ministry of Finance in a number of ways. Extension of the social accounting matrix, but also informing the development planning process. NDP3 was highly informed by this process, and NDP4. And I know the Bureau encourages partnership. We do have a recent partnership that we're getting into, both as Minister of Finance and the Bureau. This is with Denmark, Statistics Denmark. We had a mission, and we're looking ahead to see how we can strengthen the data collection, the management of the data, and dissemination and uptake. He would have said a lot of things. Now, you can ask me the questions, that would come, and I will text him and he'll give me the answers. I thought I had a lot of time to come to you for the second question, but I'll give you one minute at the end. But these people have questions for you. You've heard what the panelists said, their experiences. You also heard from the keynote speaker. It's time to ask some questions, to make some additions and observations. But I want you, as you make those ones, please be to the point. We are running out of time. The mics are there. By show of hands, the mic will come to you, and you'll ask your question. There's no hand. Okay, there's a hand there. There's a lady on the third row.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to raise and ask you a question. My question goes directly from, I don't want to spoil the name, but the gentleman from Nigeria.
Time, call him Time. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the name. Okay, basing on the presentation which was earlier given to us in the morning by the keynote speaker, I think from Denmark, he said climate change is no longer an environmental challenge, but a fundamental economic challenge. And I have friends in Nigeria. Nigerians are used to being data analysts and everything in terms of AI, in terms of trading. So how is Nigeria trying to balance the online trade, the cryptocurrency trades, to make it accountable, or how is it being accounted in line with the macroeconomics? Thank you.
Sarah, I'll take Sarah from the embassy, Danish embassy here. In front.
Thank you so much, Sarah from the Danish Embassy. To Makerere, Professor, you highlighted some of the work you're doing on improving data and satellite accounts. Could you add a little bit of another word to that? What do you mean exactly? Thank you.
Yeah, Prof. Hakim, yeah. Good.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Aikokumu. I have a simple question. It relates to household decision making. I know that we are talking about the macro modeling, but I'm also aware that households making their decisions, there could be an element of natural capital accounting. Now, is it possible that UBOS can start capturing information to the extent that we, the researchers, can start teasing out questions of household level natural resource accounting? For instance, if I'm making a decision between brick making, which means that I'm peeling away topsoils and perhaps cutting away trees so that I can make bricks, at the same time, I'm compromising the soils that I would have used for growing a certain crop. So in doing so, I'm compromising the value of the capital. So what I'm speaking about is, therefore, can we start finding ways of capturing information with respect to household natural capital accounting? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. There's a gentleman. Hilda, that question is for Bureau. I'll answer, but you also have to answer. I saw you in this room. Okay.
Yeah, I'm Hamilton Kamana from Malawi. I just want to ask a question. I'm sure it is going to Dr. Sam. I think from the conversation that we have had, much is talking about the data issues, because for us to do modeling, we need to have quality data. I just now to appreciate in Uganda, how much support did you give to Bureau of Statistics now in terms of they were supported for them to come up with good data? Thank you.
Okay, I'll answer that. Is easy. Next.
Thank you very much. My name is Strike Mbulawa from Botswana. I'm asking the panel in the context of resource dependent countries on how they can balance probably short-term fiscal reliance on extractive revenues with the need to preserve natural capital, especially where alternative revenue bases, they are a bit weaker. Thank you.
Bring the question, please. What question the panelists here never, and it's a good question, I think. Make it clear, please.
Yes, I'm asking about resource-dependent countries in terms of how they can balance off the need to finance their short-term needs vis-a-vis the need to preserve long-term natural capital. Because some of them, they might also be having weak revenue sources.
Clear, it's clear. There's a lady also, and I'll take two more, then I'll leave the panelists to the panel. Yeah,
Okay, thank you for giving me the chance. My name is Aisha Nanyiti. I'm a research fellow at the EfD-Mak Center. And mine is not really a question, but it is a comment, and I just want to make sure that Dr. Ronald Kagwa hears it, because it is your plans that get us anywhere. So my question is, as we do the capital accounting, the climate sensitive one, we should also don't forget that we are still a poor country, and some of these policies can be harsh to the real bottom poor people. And for instance, you can think about fishing a lake, and then the poor fishermen, the methods they could be using could be harsh to the environment and the ecosystem of the lake. And my view should be they should be supported for them to adapt with the climate sensitive modeling, but rather than just disregarding them, just minding the fact that we are still a poor country. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The gentleman on the fourth row on the right, his hand is up near the camera. The mic, please. No? Yeah, he's standing up. Give him the mic. And then the one in front, then we shall close the questions.
Thank you. My name is Bukhari Abduhab Hamid. I am the Director of Economic Policy and Planning at the Federal Ministry of Finance from Somalia. Somalia, as you know, is not only just a fragile conflict country, but also we are known for vulnerability for droughts, floods, climate change, and now we are experiencing fairly rainy seasons for the last almost 5 years. So I just want to learn. I just want to ask this gentleman from Bangladesh. Now the global is uncertain. We are a country which has been high on aid. The global now is uncertain. We are thinking about to increase our domestic resource mobilization to include planning to the climate shocks into the fiscal plan for the coming years. So I just want to learn from the gentleman from Bangladesh, do your government mobilize domestic resource, not from aid from outside or budget support from the World Bank, IMF? Do you specifically allocate domestic resource to combat climate shocks? Thank you.
Thank you. Pass the microphone straight to. He's in front of you.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Eugene Itua. I think it's been quite excellent listening to everyone. The keynote speaker had said that models have their own limitations. And I think the professor from the university here also said something in that regard. My question is, all of these models, how do we actually create them in a manner to fit our common needs? Out there, we continue to sing the song of, oh, Africa is vulnerable, Africa is vulnerable. But we have resilience. We have the capacity to continue to be resilient. And indeed, our weight, the green weight that we're talking about today, those are the opportunities we have. How do we ensure that we come out more outstandingly in this model that we are developing so that our macroeconomic model can actually be unique to the entire world?
Thank you. I think that's really a closing note question, and the panelists will answer. One, Martins, is there anything you want to respond of what has been spoken? You are the keynote addresser. You gave the keynote address. You're fine. You want these guys to answer. Okay. Okay. I'll start with Professor. I'm sure you picked some questions for yourself, but please be mindful of time.
Yeah, thank you very much. I got a question from a lady seated there, and it was to do with the clarifying on the statement I made about the satellite accounts. But let me start like that. Our traditional system of national accounts have not been incorporating natural capital and climate concerns into GDP. So as we grow and grow and grow, we are not concerned about the depreciation of the environment. Well, that's been a gap. But now one way to address that is to, natural capital accounting now comes in to make us understand what are we losing if we just grow and grow without looking at the cost on the environment. But now to do that, to incorporate those concerns into the system of national accounts requires data. And as I said, that as academia, one of our main virtues is the methodological innovation, but also data development, okay? And through our collaboration with the ministry, but also the Bureau of Statistics, then it is very important that we build a database that we can use to understand what is happening with the environment. For example, if you want to answer a question, what does the country lose if we don't invest in our natural capital? What does the country lose if we don't restock, for example, the lost forests and all that? That one cannot be answered unless you deliberately create a database. And that's what I was trying to refer to.
Thank you, Prof. I'll go straight to Mr. Kagwa. 1 minute, please.
Thank you. Yeah, the question was about the natural resource-based economy and the issue of balance between short-term and long-term needs. I think this is where natural capital becomes very, very critical in that it shows you how you are using the resources, the flows, the stocks, and there it can inform your investments. What is the maximum sustainable yield? What do you scoop out? Annually, for example, fisheries, what stocks do you take out? And what kind of investment do you need to put such that the resource is not depleted? It's also important that for the non-renewable resources that you may have, like the minerals, the incomes from these minerals need to be, invested in infrastructure, for example, for the future generations also to, benefit out of these resources. So we may invest in, produce capital. You can change from a capital, one form of capital to the other as a way of sustaining and having lasting benefits for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kagwa. Professor Morwa.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to handle the question that came from, I think it's Botswana, on trying to balance the long-term revenues and the rates of extraction of resources. It's very much a political question as it is an economic question. One thing is, if you use these models, extraction models, they always give you an optimum point of extraction. But then the reality on the ground is usually very different, and this will depend on the political economy, because many of the governments, of course, they are working towards elections, and they are looking for votes. And the one thing is that depending on how the election cycles are and the needs for the revenue for the government, it's very possible that at a certain point when you're not supposed to be extracting these resources, the need of the government and the revenue needs will require that you extract the resources much more than it is required unsustainably. So it's a very delicate balancing act for any government, and I don't think I have a clear answer for that. It really depends on the government of the day and how they take serious matters of natural resource conservation. But I think there's politics and economics involved in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Timmy, please go on.
Thank you, Sam. I think that was a Nigeria-specific question, but I didn't quite get it. I think it's talking about the drive for online businesses and AI and the impact on the energy systems. So AI data centers are very energy intensive. Nigeria is really a push. But I think the whole world is having to adjust to that. One of the things that we are doing is trying to increase our renewable energy mix. We have a vision 30-30-30, and that is to get 30% of our energy sources from renewable. We are launching about a very large solar panel deployment now that would get us a couple of gigawatts of solar on the grid. We're also trying to use flare gas. Nigeria is one of the biggest flares of gas in Africa. So we're using flare gas for data centers to have a knockoff. I'll also try and address the issue about resource-dependent countries. Nigeria gets over 50% of its revenue from oil. And again, balancing this short-term requirement for funding fiscal gaps versus preserving the environment. I think a few principles from Nigeria that we've learned. We're one of the proverbial resource cost countries at the beginning, but I think we're beginning to correct that now. So one of the first principles is responsible exploitation. And what that means for renewable and non-renewable sources are different. For non-renewable sources like oil that we had exploited the oil in a way that actually degraded the environment, messed up fisheries, messed up farmlands, but now responsible exploitation is a key mantra of government. For renewable sources like fisheries and forests, like someone on the panel already said, you have to watch how much you can take in without breaking the ecosystem. The ecosystem has an equilibrium that if you take out more than the required amount, the ecosystem actually degrades very, very, very rapidly.
Thank you, Tim. Yeah.
Last thing is savings. When you get your resources, save it. We set up a sovereign wealth fund for savings from resources. And then the last thing is a just transition. So when you want to stop people from cutting forests, you have to provide other energy sources for them. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. You can have a one-on-one with Timmy. Timmy is supporting the Minister of Finance to raise money in Nigeria. And the discussions I've had, you asked about AI. They've embraced AI the right way. They're learning how to use it. The time to work on proposals has significantly reduced. I remember we talked about that at some point. So there are a lot of things positive that we can. Again, Dr. Sad, I'll give you 1 minute, please.
Agreeing with the responsible exploitation, that's the key, which we practice in kind of Hilsha extraction from the Bay of Bengal. We routinize this, we incentivize this routinization, and political economy is in play. And another thing is the major macroeconomic decisions are taken collectively by the cabinet. I'm not sure how much the Minister of Finance can influence that, keeping that in mind. And one-off project interventions, is not helpful. It has to be systemic, addressing the systemic aspect of the problem, addressing the structural barriers as well. That is helpful. And going beyond the sophisticated mathematical solutions, such as modeling, to address the entangled problem together. So, yep, that should be more helpful.
Thank you so much, Saad. And there are 2 questions for three for Bureau of Statistics, which I'll answer with Professor Ibrahim. The granularity of the data, that's what we're asking up to household level. You know, UBOS, if you consider some national statistical officers that are transparent in terms of data, Uganda's UBOS is very, very strong. Okay, there's also limitations how much granularity can be gotten, but they've gotten up to household, and some of those details, you know, they can keep sharing. You can talk of the details that you want, and probably if it's possible and appropriate, they can be included in the surveys that Bureau is doing. Number 2, there was a good one. How much support for the boss does boss? We want a lot. I'll talk for them. We want all the support for us. Number 1, to be independent as possible. As a Bureau National Statistics Office, we must be very independent, but we want you to support us with capacity and also finances to make sure. But independence is one thing that we can't lose. And then the need for short versus long-term stuff. You know, gains, this is why we're really trying to analyze, because in normal life, you want gains to come very fast. But what are you losing within those short gains, short gains in terms of sustainability and resilience and economic growth, So, and that is very critical. That's why I want to talk about it. That's why you need to talk about valuation of natural capital and trying to understand, putting in the models and the analysis that people talked about here. I want to thank you. I'll not ask all of you for a final shot. Professor Bale, 1 minute, one final shot, and we close.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. From the academic perspective, the idea is that for us, our main contribution is to bridge, the research and policy divide, making sure that whatever we come up with as solutions to the problems, we must make sure that they are operationally correct. And we must build the necessary partnerships, even as we do the research, even as we come up, we build the curriculum for the short-term training, for the long-term training. Partnerships are very, very important so that we can be able to answer and close those actual gaps that exist in policy making for acceptability, for being on point and all that. So whether research, whether training, partnerships are very, very important.
Thank you so much, Prof. And this is really collaboration and partnership. In front of you here, you have 4 countries. In there, you have as many countries. There are very many. So we are going to go out. We're going to have break. We're going to go into other sessions. But the discussion will be along these lines. And more questions will be asked and answered by the sessions. I want to thank you so much for being very good audience. And for my panelists here, excellent, excellent job, well done. Expectation at all that I had achieved. I want to thank you, and can I ask you please to give them a round of applause, a big one, befitting one. I want to thank you. You can stand up for a photo. Cameras, give them a photo, and then as a handover to, you're giving us something?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we're still here. I'm also today.
I was just looking at Rita and wondering, Rita, who wants to do the honors? It would be nice. I can't be the one. It should be at least someone from the university, our hosts, to do that. Can we have their photo? Rita, can you delegate? I'm happy. Professor will hand over. Excellent. But does he get his own also now? Now, why do we give him? Okay, anyway. All right, Dr. Kojo will do the honors. Please allow our Makerere host. Oh, your good photo. Please, photo first. Dean. Excellent. Yes, you start with our moderator. Can we appreciate our moderator, ladies and gentlemen? Dean, you will be on this side. Keep, there you go. There's a protocol to pictures also. So, quick announcements. There is a coffee break, but we are really requesting, and I'm hoping that the hotel at the tent has takeaway cups, that you pick that coffee and return to this room, because our next session will start at exactly 11:50. So the panelists on our next session, please beware that we start at 11:50, and Dr. Albert Musasizi will be chairing that session at 11:50. And we are hopeful that all the panelists should be here, and because it's virtual and physical, we'll ensure that every single person is represented, and we are alerting our virtual audience that at exactly 11:50 our next session will start. So Dr. Albert Musasizi and his team will start on time, with or without the delegates in the room. So I'm asking and requesting our ushers, please guide our delegates to where the coffee is.
Dear participants, it's not yet time for networking. We will have a cocktail. Let us move straight. Dear ushers, please ensure that you lead our guests to the Freedom Square for tea. Dear participants, we will network later. Let's go for tea in line with the program. To our virtual participants, we are breaking off for tea, and we will be back shortly. Ushering team, please ensure that our participants move on time. We are heading to the Freedom Square for break tea. And as you move, dear participants and delegates, kindly ensure that you have your variables with you, your handbag, your laptop, and all your materials. Let us move to the Freedom Square, Makerere University Freedom Square. It is a green space. You will like it. Beautified with a very nice white tent. Please carry all your variables with you. And to safeguard ourselves, we would like to close this room in the next 2 minutes. All roads are leading to Makerere University Freedom Square. The ushers are wearing white t-shirts with a green collar, and also the tag is labeled usher with the red strip. Let the ushers lead you to the Freedom Square. Once again, we welcome you to Makerere University. This institution was established in 1922, and it is continuing to grow. In line with our motto, we build for the future. In the next 2 minutes, we will be closing this room to safeguard it. In the next 2 minutes, we will be closing this venue to safeguard it. Members, as you get out, kindly carry your handbag, laptop, everything that you came with inside the room. Kindly carry it with you. Yes, we wish you a very delicious, I think there are snacks, it's tea, and everything has the right spices for an international audience. Thank you very much. Feel at Makerere University. We will
who's joining us virtually. And I think Albert, with his permission, he may want to start with the online delegate or the online presenter. And then we'll dive into our session, and hopefully, we've given Dr. Albert a timeline of exactly 1:30 p.m. So at exactly 1:20, I'll start standing near you, Dr. Albert, and you will notice that your time is up. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our technical session 1, and our session chair, Dr. Albert Musasizi. Can we warmly welcome Dr. Albert Musasizi, ladies and gentlemen? Apologies, doctor, my people are still coming, but it would be nice to start, just so we know that time is money.
This is your phone? Thank you very much. We always have a time constraint, and as economists, of course, we know that there is always a constraint, so we have to manage our scarce resources. I'm not going to give my preamble as I had prepared it because of time. I will just invite my panel. We have, in fact, it's not a panel, they're going to be presenting. We have 6 presenters, and we are lucky to have all the experts. Well, I'm told there are 4, but at least I think that we have somebody online. Carlos Pascal. Because according to, I have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Everyone
5.
would want to be a...
Yeah, and we have Josephine as well.
Yeah, but not
And the Tian. Okay, so, okay. I have 5. Okay, I would like to introduce Carlo Pascal. He's online. I hope they have set him up, and he's from the London School of Economics. He's going to give the first presentation. And then we have Josephine. Josephine Musango is a technical expert in system dynamics, and she supports macroeconomic modeling within the Partnership for Action of Green Economy team at UNEP. Please welcome. Come to the podium. And we have Wilson Asimwe. Wilson Asimwe is my colleague at the Ministry of Finance. He's a senior economic modeler, and I think he's representing the policy side of things. Wilson, are you here? Wilson, if you are here, please come up. I think he will come in. Then we have Etienne. I hope I get the name right. Etienne Espan, who is an economist specializing in climate and financial issues at EfD. EfD is the agency for, it's a French agency for development. Huh? Are you here, Etienne Espan? Oh, the whole of my panel is still at T. Okay, we have Peter Babienda. He's a lecturer here at Makerere University, College of Business and Management Sciences. Peter, can you come up? Okay. So because of time, I think we are going to have Carlos Pascal to start off the presentations for this session. Can we have him? Okay, as they set him up, I'd like to thank Makerere University first for organizing this symposium. We talked about this symposium, I think, 8 years ago. Professor Bale is not here, I hope he remembers. And this was because of the findings and the results of our Economic Growth Forum. The Economic Growth Forums are held every year by the Ministry of Finance with a number of partners, particularly the IGC. And we found that climate had become macro-critical, as we call it in our terminologies. When we say climate change has become macro-critical, we mean it significantly affects economic performance. And in 2017, that's when we started the forums, we found that our growth in Uganda had really decelerated, that the growth rates had come down significantly, and we are asking ourselves, why is this? And then in the analysis that was done during these forums, we discovered climate change was actually a major factor which was affecting a number of sectors in Uganda: agriculture, industry, even tourism. And as you know, in the ministry, we have these 5 sectors now, which we call the ATMs: agro-industry, tourism, mining, and those sectors are really affected by climate. So that's when we decided that we needed to have a critical look at climate and how it affects macroeconomic outcomes. And the partner, of course, had to be Makerere University to do the modeling, to look at the impacts. Okay, now we have our online presenter ready. This is Carlos Pascal from the London School of Economics. Can we have him up?
Thank you very much. I am ready to present. I am trying to share my screen, but I'm not allowed, apparently, for the settings.
Okay, can you try, Carlos? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you can hear me well and you can see my screen.
Yes, we can. We can see the screen.
Thank you very much. So good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, and thank you for having me today. My name is Carlo Pasqua. I'm a researcher at the Earth Capital Nexus at the London School of Economics. Today with me, there's also my colleague, Mark Bernhofen, who is also postdoc at Oxford and flood expert. And today we'll be presenting our work on integrating climate and nature into debt sustainability analysis for Uganda. And the core question that we ask today is, are climate and nature risks macro-critical for Uganda, and importantly, how can we integrate them into the current debt sustainability analysis? So we'll proceed in 4 parts. First, the background and motivation. Second, how climate and nature shocks transmit through the Uganda macroeconomy. And third, Mark will present the flood risk model and adaptation model. And lastly, we'll see how to translate this and these results into the low-income country debt sustainability framework. So let me start with the background and motivation. So the IMF defines a factor as macro-critical if it undermines fiscal sustainability or market confidence. Well, if we look closely, climate and nature risks clearly meet this definition. They reduce fiscal space through disaster spending and revenue loss. They also erode growth and productivity and capital destruction. And also they raise risk premia through increased uncertainty and vulnerability. So we argue that integrating these risks into the debt sustainability analysis, specifically for Uganda, is not just about greening the framework, but is also about ensuring that this framework that the IMF uses reflects the economic reality. But first, because I'm aware that not everyone is, let's say, familiar with this IMF and World Bank framework, I want to briefly show you how this works and why is this central in the discussion. Well, the IMF World Bank Sustainability Framework is the main tool used to assess whether a low-income country public debt is either sustainable or not over the medium to long term. This determines the borrowing space, for example, financing terms, risk ratings, and often access the access to financial resources. So we argue that this is directly important because it shapes the fiscal space, specifically for a country like Uganda, as I will explain later on. And the framework rests on three elements. We have baseline macro projections, we have standardized stress tests, we have policy-dependent thresholds that generates risk rating. And as you can see on the right-hand side, this is a simple representation of the tool. So the key point of our work is that the DSF which is this tool, is assumption-driven. So that outcomes depend critically on projected growth, exports, and fiscal balances, which is what is feeding this model. If climate and nature risks systematically affect exactly these variables, so growth, export, and fiscal balances, as they do in Uganda, the integration is not just about changing the framework, but is also about improving realism. So why does it matter to look at these risks, such as climate and nature, into the low-income country debt sustainability framework? Because incorporating them improves baseline realism. It captures recurrent shocks and degradation linked fiscal cost, and importantly, it aligns incentives towards a resilience building country. So the key idea here that we want to stress is that accounting for these risks is not just about ensuring that the debt sustainability framework reflect the full public balance sheet, but also that by accounting for this, we can reduce macro volatility and therefore debt sustainability. So I will quickly take you through the transmission channels. But first, I would like to have a look at the Uganda DSA. So these are the results of the recent Uganda DSA, so the debt sustainability report for Uganda. So this slide is crucial because it shows that the vulnerabilities identified in the official DSA overlap almost exactly with Uganda's climate exposure. First, Uganda remains at moderate risk of debt distress with limited space to absorb shocks. Second point is even more important, which is the DSA show that exports are really binding for the country, which means that exports are the weakest link. And the DSA show that the present value of external debt to export breaches the thresholds under the most extreme shock. And third, that the debt to service pressure are really elevated and sensitive to export volatility. So what are the channels that we need to look at more concretely, given what the DSA is telling us? First is growth. So Uganda depends heavily on rain-fed agriculture. About 40% of GDP and roughly 80% of employment is depending on rain-fed agriculture. Second, the external sector. As we saw just now, this is very important for Uganda. We know that the economy is really reliant on agriculture, around 60%, and agriculture represents 60% of exports. We also know that climate shocks reduce coffee and commodity exports by 10 to 20%. And this clearly weakens the debt to export ratio that we saw before. And third is the fiscal channel. So climate shocks reduce revenues and increase spending simultaneously. So before looking at the results of our framework, this is what we are trying to do here. So this is a slide that is trying to represent how we plan to operationalize this framework. And the goal is not to, let's say, redesign the debt sustainability analysis, but is rather to extend this architecture to integrate climate and nature into this model. And step one is looking at the hazards and exposures. These are climate and nature hazards, for example, droughts and floods. This is what we are focusing on at the moment. And this also means that we're looking at where the sectoral exposure are and where the vulnerabilities are. Step two is the macroeconomic impact. So we have macroeconomic models, and Mark will show this in a bit, that, such as DIGNAT, that allow us to see how climate drivers are impacting, for example, GDP level, export volumes, and fiscal pressures. Then step 3, we translate this into macroeconomic paths that are then can feed the debt sustainability analysis. And lastly, we also look at the resilience and adaptation scenarios. So we plan to introduce these because these are important in order to reduce the macro losses that we might have due to climate and nature shocks. And now I'll hand it over to Mark Bernhoff, who will take you over the flood risk part.
Thank you very much, Carlo, and hello, everyone. So I'm going to spend the next 5 or so minutes just briefly talking about the climate module of our framework and focusing specifically on flood risk and adaptation. Next slide, please, Carlo. So this is an overview of the sort of climate module. And what the climate module does is it simulates the impact of a one-off natural disaster shock and the benefits of adaptation. And this is based on a framework that we've already developed and published in Thailand. And what it does is it involves linking a flood risk and adaptation model, which we've developed following an insurance catastrophe modeling approach, and developing it in such a way that it can be easily integrated within a macroeconomic model. And the macroeconomic model we're using here is the DIGNAD model from the IMF. And the way our sort of modeling sort of extends what has been done previously is it allows for the sort of probabilistic estimation of climate extremes and the benefits of adaptation. And we've set up the model in such a way that the sort of simulated macrofiscal parameters as an output of this model can feed directly into the DSA. Next slide, please. So this just gives you a little bit of an overview of how the modeling is done. So I won't spend too much time on this slide. But essentially what we do is we model climate risk at quite a granular grid cell level. So we're using data on flood risk at around 90 meters resolution, same for various economic sectoral exposure. We overlay these with sort of sectoral depth damage curves to understand the risk that each sector is facing. We use sort of an ensemble of climate models to understand how flood frequency is expected to change in the future. And we also try and understand what are the sort of existing levels of flood protection within Uganda. Next slide, please. And I just also want to spend a bit of time around the sort of how we integrate adaptation. So we have this sort of climate risk model set up at the national scale. So a national scale model won't let you sort of model specific engineering interventions, but it has a number of different approaches through which you can integrate different adaptation measures. So the first approach is just looking at sort of flood protection. So we can create scenarios related to increasing the levels of design protection in certain regions of the country. And this is done by sort of adjusting the protection layer of the model. So in this scenario on the left-hand side of the figure, we're modeling a hypothetical scenario where all cities and towns in Uganda are protected against a 100-year flood. The second way we can integrate adaptation is through specific asset interventions and resilience measures. And this can be done by sort of adjusting the vulnerability curve for the specific asset. And this can be done by applying a sort of percentage reduction to the vulnerability curve or adding a threshold below which the flooding experiences no damage. And the third sort of component, which we're currently exploring, is how do we integrate nature-based solutions into this model and the resilience benefits of nature. And the way that some nature-based solutions, particularly for flooding, work is they change the catchment response of a hydrological base. So we've been exploring how we can integrate the nature-based solutions by changing the sort of flood frequency component of the basin level loss probability curves. But this is something that's still a work in progress. Next slide, please. So just to quickly show you what the sort of preliminary results from a flood the sort of climate risk module are. So essentially what we do is we simulate tens of thousands of years of plausible flood events under multiple scenarios. And the output from a model is a loss probability curve. So on the left hand, so figure 1 on the left here shows the sort of high level loss probability curve that just captures all capital stock losses under sort of 2 scenarios. So here you can see the baseline scenario and the adapted scenario. But then we can also break down these capital stock losses by sectors, which is the sort of middle figure you can see here. And then critically, for integration within the sort of macroeconomic framework, we can sort of translate these sectoral losses into the specific outputs or inputs that are needed for the DIGNAD macroeconomic model. So the tradable and non-tradable impacts and the impacts on private and public capital stock. Next slide, please. So how are these integrated within DIGNAD? Well, there are 2 ways that we can integrate these. So specific probabilistic scenarios can be extracted. So for a given probability or extreme that you might be interested in, or DIGNAD can be run stochastically over this sort of 10,000 years. So here on this slide, we're showing how you might extract the losses from a 100-year loss year, so one that you might expect to happen with an annual probability of 0.01. And you can see that's that vertical line on the graph here. And you can see the sort of DIGNAD inputs that are extracted from the flood risk model and some additional sort of DIGNAD parameters that we set around sort of when the disaster strikes, how the economy sort of finances recovery. And the next slide, please. And here you can see the sort of preliminary outputs for these 2 sort of hypothetical scenarios. So this is for a 100-year loss year. So we can see in the baseline scenario, this would lead to sort of GDP losses of 0.6%. But if we sort of look at the sort of hypothetical adaptation scenario, this can sort of reduce the GDP losses by nearly half. And these are the sort of inputs that will then feed into the DSA analysis, which Carlo's going to go into over the next few slides. Next slide, please. And I'll just finish by just highlighting some limitations. So these are sort of early stage results. I want to flag that. At the moment, we're basing our analysis on global open data. So for example, we're using global river flood hazard models. So these capture flooding on major rivers, which means there's limited coverage in Kampala. So we're currently going to work with partners on integrating more detailed local data where it's available. But obviously, we're assuming things around sort of recovery time and when the disaster happens. So this is something that we'll also be refining with partners. And thirdly, at the moment, we're just showing hypothetical adaptation scenarios. So this is something that we need to co-develop together with project partners to actually be able to model the different adaptation scenarios that are realistic to Uganda's context. Now I'll hand back to Carlo.
Thank you very much, Mark. So up to now, we have shown our model, how we can model climate and flood in macroeconomic risk term. So now the question is, how can we take the outputs that Mark has just presented to you into the depth sustainability analysis? Well, this slide is meant to show you that what is the core implementation challenge? Well, we want to argue that it's not really about the absence of climate models. As we saw just now, we have them, but it's how to translate these into a DSA framework. So what is relevant for the DSA integration is that we have baseline assumptions. So we need to know, for example, what is happening to growth, exports, and revenues. And then we need to have stress test calibration. So this is also important because we can say that a flood is happening or a drought is happening in 1 year, but actually we know that many times these are recurrent shocks. So we need to be able to model these. And third, fiscal projections. So we should be able to say this is not pure expenditure, so it doesn't have to go into the public accounts as a pure expenditure, but this is an expenditure that improves adaptation. So how do we map this? So these slides basically show you how we
Carlos,
plan to use.
Carlos, you have 2 minutes remaining. That's what I've been told. So please try to summarize. And we shall be having a panel discussion at the end. So that's why I want to leave some time for that discussion. And I hope you'll be staying online for that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll go straight to the results for Uganda. So what we see here by comparing the left-hand side with the right-hand side is that natural disaster does become, when integrated into the DSA using DIGNUT, becomes the worst case scenario because it combines a debt jump with a growth hit. And then what we see on the right-hand side is that, first of all, the most extreme shock is very similar to the historical scenario, and it's getting closer to the threshold. So this is very important, and it tells that integrating a DIGNUT calibrated disaster has consequences for debt sustainability analysis and becomes binding. Then I'll go straight to the next step. So what we plan to do, we want to integrate climate and nature shocks as recurrent, persistent, and structural. We want to look at the real sector, external sector, and fiscal block. And we want to integrate also nature investment scenarios. So we want to be able to say that, for example, investments in adaptation can stabilize micro variables, can reduce future shocks in magnitudes, such as GDP, export, and fiscal imbalances, and this can also improve our growth potential. Why this is relevant for ministries, for example, because first of all, it improves transparency in how climate and nature affects debt. Second, it strengthens early identification of pressures. And lastly, this aligns with the macro fiscal analysis of CCDR. So overall, integrating climate and nature risks provides a coherent framework for policymakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos and your colleague. Are you staying with us until the panel discussion? Carlos?
Yes, we will try to. Yes, thank you.
Okay, very good. I don't know if Etienne is in the room. Etienne Espan?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
He's online. Online.
Can you hear me?
Okay, very good. Now, our next presenter is going to be Josephine Musango, and you have 10 minutes, and there will be something showing you there when you are left with 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, and it's a great pleasure to be here today. And as I wait for the presentation to come up, from the previous session, we've heard about climate policy being now a core macroeconomic issue, particularly for the ministries of finance, planning, and economy, because actions that we take on energy, land use, and fiscal reforms, they have direct impact on economy, poverty outcomes, emissions, as well as fiscal or public finance. So the question is how we integrate macroeconomic climate policy and data into macroeconomic modeling, which is very important. So the presentation today is more about how PAGE, Partnership for Action on Green Economy, which was introduced by Stephen Stone this morning, how we use climate-sensitive macroeconomic modeling to inform real policy questions and support real policy actions or outcomes. So Partnership for Action on Green Economy supports countries in transition to green economy. And these are 22 partner countries that we support. And this kind of support is generally demand-driven, which are responding to countries' needs to specific requests from national governments of finance, planning, and even economy and environment. So macroeconomic modeling is the backbone of our response to supporting these ministries through different approaches which are tailored for the specific countries. And the outcome for this macroeconomic modeling is to provide policy evidence insights that will inform the policy priorities and choices, and not just academic exercises. And then some of the examples of policy questions that have come into UNEP desk from the different ministries is the questions around what are the growth and physical implications of climate action versus inaction. We've had that question also been raised in the previous session. We also have how do energy transitions affect employment, prices, and poverty. Very relevant question in an African context. The other questions about how do land use and climate risks constrain long-term growth, because most of the times the focus is only on the short term, but what about the long-term impacts of economy? And then the fourth question is around which policy mixes achieve development and climate goals together. But the purpose here is to ensure that there is policy alignment and coherence of all the climate policies that a country is looking at, rather than just having a single policy that is driving the development or the climate action. So in the process of responding to this work, we use integrated green economy modeling, IGEM framework, as one of the tools that will support countries in integrating climate-sensitive policy and data in the macroeconomic modeling. IGEM is a framework that was developed by the PAGE partners, and it integrates the three macroeconomic models. That's the CGE model, input-output model, and system dynamics. And what this framework does, it opens the traditional modeling approach and turns the focus away from the economy to integrate the environmental variables, which are explicitly integrated within the system dynamics model. So the slide, what you see on this slide, on the left-hand side, what you see is the input-output model, which unpacks or focuses more on the sector aspects. And then the CG model opens the economy part of it. And then the system dynamics focuses mainly on the socioeconomic aspects and the environmental aspects. And then each of the modeling approach has a policy question that it addresses. And I'll not go through the full list of the questions, but I just want to highlight, like, the question 3 on the aspect of long or short term. The 3 different approaches can look into those questions. But we see system dynamics focuses on the long-term question, CG and input-output model focuses on the short-term questions. Again, questions around the green reforms and subsidy, that is question 5, as well as the question around the investment impacts, question 2, they can be addressed by the 3 modeling approaches. Then what you see on this slide is the system dynamics framework that we use. It's a model, and I'll be happy to discuss further on this. But what the core message for this is the framework you see here, we have used it for more than 50 countries, and it uses system dynamics model, takes into account of stock and flows, trade-offs, and cross-sector analysis, as well as economy-wide analysis. And the core message here is the fact that climate variables are actually embedded endogenously in the model, and they affect issues on poverty, infrastructure, productivity, and investment questions that can be taken into account. And more so, we are not looking on the sector-to-sector analysis. The importance of taking the economy-wide analysis, feedback loops, as well as the cost-benefit analysis is also accounted in this modeling approach. I will present 2 practical government uses where we've applied the IGEM framework. In the 2 cases is Mexico and Brazil, where in the Mexican case, we were looking at the government introduced a carbon tax, and they wanted to understand what would be the implication of implementing that carbon tax on on achieving greenhouse gas emissions as well as welfare effects. This is the first application of IGEM framework where we combined the CGE model and system dynamics. And what we revealed in this analysis was the benefit of integrating both the short-term and long-term, as well as the welfare effect of such reforms. So for example, we had one scenario which was looking at what would happen if we take the tax that is collected and reinvested in renewable energy, and then another scenario on what would happen if we take the tax collected and actually redistribute it to the population, particularly the low-income groups. And what we observed is the fact that those growth in GDP if there's that distributional effect when the tax is redistributed to the low-income groups. For the Brazil case, Brazil is one of the countries that have taken into account of different policies to drive its economy into low-income, pro-employment and climate-focused and trajectory. And ecological transformation plan is one of those broader strategies that is addressing urgent climate issues developed by the Ministry of Finance. So we were approached by the Ministry of Finance in Brazil, and their policy question was to understand how the implementation of that policy would have on the greenhouse gas emissions, land use changes, employment, as well as inequality. In this particular example, we used input-output model, and what happened from this analysis is the strengthened new evidence that the Brazilian government is using to support its action. And a good example is the evidence on the reduced inequality, evidence on near net zero emissions targets, improved habitat quality, as well as, more importantly, what the finance ministries are looking at, economic growth of 0.8% and 2 million jobs created by 2035. So now we also have new opportunities that we support at UNEP in terms of integrating climate-sensitive modeling, and this is around capacity building through training in IGEM framework to integrate the different aspects of the framework. We also support in assessing policy questions that come that come from the different countries, the page countries that we need support, and also the knowledge generation where we have a continuous policy support in collaboration with the national governments and local partners. The work we do can only be achieved through collaboration. So only impact can emerge from the collaboration. I think this has been mentioned throughout this symposium so far. And these are the kinds of collaboration and partners that we work with at PAGE. So firstly, the national governments, particularly in the Ministries of Finance, Environment, Planning, and Economy, who really need evidence-based insights on how to address the climate action. We also work with local partners. This includes the academic institutions. I can see some faces of some institutions that we've worked with here, civil society, think tanks, national research institutions, those who have expertise in climate science development as well as in economics. And then we also have technical teams from the 5 PAGE agencies, that's the ILO, UNITA, UNDP, UNIDO, and UNEP, who develop joint work and they oversee the processes. So here, what we are looking at is more on how do we actually enhance the existing partnership and also foster new networks in supporting the integration of climate-sensitive policy and data into macroeconomic modeling. And with that, I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm sure we shall have some questions for you later on. I noticed one that you emphasized policy relevance, and we shall have a few questions in that area later on. also for our first presenter. Now, I think we are going to go to Peter. Peter Babienda is a lecturer here at Makerere University in the School of Economics, College of Business and Management Sciences. You have 10 minutes as well, and 2 minutes to the end, we shall have somebody showing you the minutes you are remaining with. Thank you. So try to keep in the time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Musasizi. As introduced, Peter Babienda from the Department of Policy and Development Economics. I wanted to emphasize that because my chair is around, and the School of Economics, the Dean. I am going to talk about the model we developed for the Ministry of Water, and I saw colleagues from the Ministry of Water, Charity Kansime, the National Planning Authority, NEMA, and the others. This model, we developed it with the financial support from GIZ, working together with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, as you heard in the previous presentations, that they are the custodian of data. This was largely informed by the fact that many countries, including ours, Uganda, we're experiencing rapid economic transformation. Currently, the country is having a very ambitious plan, which we are calling 10 strategy development strategy, the NDP, the National Development Plan 4, and here we are looking at increasing our GDP by 10-fold, by 20-fold, very ambitious. And that means many resources have to be used, many economic activities have to be done, and this in turn might have an impact on our natural resource stock base. So this model, therefore, was developed to ensure that it can take care of that. Following the natural capital flow protocol, so we can easily measure our assets, some of the assets like the forests, the wastewater, land. We actually now even seeing how we can even start capturing the wetlands and then value them using various methods of non-market valuation methods. And we are lucky that we have accounts that are existing and taking use of the Uganda social accounting matrix made it easy to develop this model. So as they have been saying, to model climate change or natural capital, there are a number of things that we need. Of course, we need data. We need data so that the model works with data. We need the analytical tools to be in place. I already mentioned that this model was developed as a collaboration, many entities, under the leadership of the Ministry of Water and Environment, as you heard earlier from the Minister of Water, and she told us already this model is being used. Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, because they are the custodian of the macro models, so we want this model to feed into the existing macro model frameworks in the Ministry of Finance. Uganda Bureau of Statistics for data, National Planning Authority to see the plan, bring in plan issues that I will be telling you, National Forest Authority, National Environment Management Authority, National Water and Sewerage Corporation, and the others. This model is an Excel-based, So as you shall see, it is Excel-based, and once you have the license, you can easily use it. It integrates the natural capital assets, those that can be measured, other environmental assets, the climate change factors, the emissions, and all that. But with the key aim of planning. How can include this one to planning, budgeting, and decision making. So quickly, because of time, as you heard, and since I have another opportunity to talk about this model in detail later on in Freedom Square. So our model has three modules. So we have where we can put the input models, where we can input the data, the aggregates, and then where we can stimulate to check, where you can constrain and say, if I increase the emissions by this, how will GDP be affected? How will the stock of fish be affected and all that? And those ones also have the macro aggregates. And that is the synopsis of the model. And the model is an economy-wide model, so we use multipliers in this model. It doesn't use CGE. So we can input, and we're able to already, the model is built, but it is a live model. You can keep updating as new data comes in. So here you can input the data if you want to change, and then simulate what you want to do. For example, if I increased forestry investment by, say, 10 billion Uganda shillings, how will it affect other macroeconomic models like employment, job creation? How will it affect the green cover of the country, the infrastructure? So you can do so many things. Then about emissions and all that, this model can do that. So, and these are the blocks that we do. Of course, the multipliers, this is have been already built in the model. So we are using the sum, we are able to come up with these models. And largely this is, so you can do both the unconstrained and also the constrained analysis. And depending on the policy question that you want to answer. So for example, you are an officer in the Ministry of Water and Environment, and you want to defend your proposal, say you want to increase the forest cover by 2%, then how does this translate to other macro aggregates, like the employment? So you need to convince the Minister of Finance that when you give me 10 billion, we shall be able to do this, not only increase the forest cover, but reduce emissions. And you can also use that to get some money from the carbon credit for carbon concentration and all that. Then I will create these jobs and that. But also this model also helps you to see, if I want to build a road, how much waste water will this road be producing? How will the natural capital assets be affected? All can be answered using this model. So this is how the model looks like, as you can see. To use this model, you have to get a license, and the licenses are there in the Ministry of Water. And we have gone ahead to develop the manual, which Ministry of Water will be publishing soon, to explain. So the model is user-friendly, you can use it, and they give you the robust results. So as you can see here, you can put your license, you can, if you want to stimulate and see.
Sorry, Peter, they are trying to draw your attention. So you have 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. I thought I was so fast. So, so you can do so many things, but to ensure that this model is not so much affected, we tried, there are some blocks that we protect so that you don't interfere with it. So using this model, we have been able to come up with a number of policy briefs. For example, the impact of investing in natural capital assets. And here we are looking at only forests. If you invested in the forest cover, how will it affect the employment, the GDP, and other sectors? And also this will be published. The macroeconomic impact of water sector investments in Uganda, and this is also existing. Looking at the 10 strategy I talked about, the 10 growth strategy, how is it affecting the energy transitions and the natural capital assets. And currently, this model can answer questions like, what are the macroeconomic impacts of investing in natural capital account assets? The impact of government growth strategy you're talking about, the impacts, for example, of the PDM, the 10 growth strategy, and other strategies that are coming up on the stock of the natural capital assets like forests, wood, and fish. We can do NDC assessment, so this model can help us to report on our NDC, the nationally determined contributions. It can also help to answer questions on restocking. Now, to ensure that a number of civil servants and others can use this model, at the Center of Excellence for Africa Climate.
Recording in progress.
We have introduced a number of short courses, for example, integrating climate and NC in macro models, and many others, but also having our Master of Science in Macroeconomic Investment Modeling, which started this academic year. So we intend to produce a number of modelers. To ensure this one happens very well, we call for continuous collaborations with the policymakers, we in the academia, working with policymakers and development partners, so that we can have more of these models. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that presentation. And you emphasize you are from the Department of Policy. Maybe to show that they are not theoretical models. But we shall still have some questions for you at the end. So let's move on to Wilson Asimwe. Wilson Asimwe is a senior economic modeler from the Macroeconomic Policy Department in the Ministry of Finance, but also he works closely with the Makerere on the modeling. So Wilson, you have 10 minutes too, and they'll be showing you when you are remaining with only 2, because we want to have a discussion at the end. So you can go ahead.
Yeah. Just full screen. Yes, I'm Wilson Asimwe from the Ministry of Finance. I'm going to take you through how climate data can be integrated into macro models. And for me, I'll be inclined more on how climate data can be put on the models themselves. Okay, I'll look at largely the link between natural capital assets and the macroeconomy, then climate and natural capital assets data, how we can put it in the social accounting matrix so that we can have an environmental sum, and also how we can integrate that into multiplier models, and also how we can integrate climate data into CGE models, and also I'll end on how we can integrate them into microeconometric models. I've skipped 2, which I wanted to put, but the time is small. That's the DSGE and the micro simulation models, which I'll not cover. But the logic is the same. Let's begin with why natural capital assets and climate. Why? Largely we found, we see that traditional macroeconomics has kept a blind eye on natural capital assets. But as depletion, we move towards depletion, we see that it's hard to make growth sustainable without having sustainable environment or sustainable resources of natural capital assets. And also, beyond giving us GDP, these natural assets, they also, some of them work as carbon sinks and also carbon sequestration. That is removing carbon dioxide from the air. Then, coming to Uganda, we see the question is, do natural capital assets contribute anything to Uganda's GDP? Yes, they do, and their contribution has been silent. For instance, when we look at only the intermediate demand and household consumption, we find that a big portion, for instance, the water, we look at mining and quarrying, fishing and wood, we see a big portion of these intermediate demand going to these sectors is from natural capital assets, which means they are relevant apart from the climate change issues, but also in contributing to growth. For instance, you can't have this building without using timber. Everywhere you can see timber. And you can't use this, construct this without water resources. And also, if you have drunk some water somewhere, those are natural assets. So, which means having clean or sustainable natural assets is key for the utility of households and also for the growth agenda, especially the 10-fold growth strategy for Uganda. Now, let's look at the link between natural capital assets and the macroeconomy. Looking at the links, for instance, when we look at forestry, we see it has stronger links through the final and intermediate supplies to the economy. For instance, we get from the natural forests, we get natural wood, we have protected forests and plantations, and this is common in most countries. But we have always looked at the harvest rate of these natural resources, but ignored the regeneration rate of these natural resources. Now, depletion has been taking place in Uganda faster because the harvest rate is higher than the depletion rate. And when you look at the numbers, you'll find that if we continue the same rate, in less than 20 years, all the forests are gone. So it's important to make sure that when these are integrated into models or macroeconomic policy, we can plan to make sure that the stock also is invested in. Then also the same, looking at water, water supports growth through irrigation, rain-fed crops, then also water supports forests, fishing, industry, and services. It's hard to have any output without water in any of the sectors. So it's important to integrate this into macroeconomic policy. And also, apart from the rain-fed, which is God-given, and we all knew that it will always be there, over time we have seen that droughts are increasing, and also storms are increasing, affecting our productivity. And also, as the population grows, we see the demand for piped water or distributed water is also increasing. They need more investments there. So to be able to do that, we have to integrate these into macroeconomic planning. The same to energy. We find energy, we use the energy for transport, like thermal manufacturing. We find other sectors like services. And all these, as we use energy, we find that we emit, largely developing economies we depend on diesel, fossil fuels for transportation, and also biomass for cooking, which is increasing pollution. And however, when we do transitioning to clean energy, we can reduce emission, but continue to have the same growth or better growth. So it's important, in order to do that, we have to integrate these into the models also, the energy sector. Let's move to the social accounting matrix for those who are interested in doing CGE modeling and multiplier modeling, or those who have already done CGE. First, you have to prepare the social accounting matrix. A social accounting matrix is a square matrix which has all the transactions in the economy, the demand and supply of all economic agents in the economy. That's the labor and markets, labor market, product market, the international trade market, and any other market you can think of. So it captures all the transactions. So to be able to integrate climate issues into CGE models or multiplier models, you have to make sure that you map it to this existing social account matrix of the country. For instance, for the case of Uganda, our social account matrix has 186 sectors. That means also 186 commodities, because it has to be square for it to be invertible in case you have to do any simulation or modeling on it. And has 53 of these. It has 53 agriculture, 57 industry, 76 services, and the rest. So the whole social matrix is about 400-something rows and 400-something columns. So which means if you have to integrate anything from climate or natural capital assets, you have to make sure it matches or is mapped to all those sectors. Then what we have done so far in Uganda regarding that, we have developed the 4 satellite accounts so far. That's the emission account, energy, and water and land, and we are still making more. And these have already been mapped into vectors, which are appended on the social accounting matrix. And we are now on the stage of uploading it to the CGE model. Then I'll rush through the stated accounts, how it's done, the carbon emission, for instance. Whenever you talk about climate or net zero emission, we talk about emissions. And when you talk about emissions, you say carbon, meaning carbon equivalent. So each sector has the conversion factor, emission factors, and also when you multiply by the quantity of output by that sector, you get the emission from there. But also, beyond that, for aggregation, for modelers who want to do it, you have carbon, you have methane, and nitrous oxide, which all impact on the ozone layer, leading to climate issues. So we have, what we do, we use the global warming potential to make sure we can convert them all to carbon equivalent. Then when we look at energy, basically what we do, we make sure that all the energy used, we transform it into terajoules and to facilitate green energy transition. Without this approach, it's very complex to do that. Then we look at the water account. We compute for each sector how much water is used, and then we do the aggregation, then map it to each of the sectors of the social economic matrix, then integrate it into the models. The same for land, we do the same. You look at the land used by each of the sectors to make sure that you can do the kind of accounting for land in the production. The same to forestry, we do the same. We develop the vectors for forests and attach them to the sectors of the economy so that you can be able to facilitate modeling. Then something which is always omitted is the wastewater release to the environment, especially to wetlands and also to the environment, open air waste. Here we use the Hardeman product method to make sure that we can compute wastewater released to the environment. The same thing, same method used by National Water and Sewage Corporation in putting tariffs on the wastewater released to the environment or to them. Then I'll go to the models, the multiplier models. How it's done. My colleague looked at this. I will just rush through it. Largely, we look at the constrained and unconstrained multiplier models, and then we append vectors of satellite accounts of national capital assets and also vectors of climate issues, variables like emissions. Then how it's done, you have the multiplier model, which is Z. Then you have the natural capital asset and climate vectors. When you combine them, you can get the macro impacts. That's the shortcut how these can be linked up. Then this is how it look like using a bird's view. The Excel is too big, but this is how it look like. Then the CGE, as I conclude, how we do that in CGE, I already talked about the global warming potential. We don't consider all the emissions from there. We consider only the three, carbon, methane, and nitrous oxide, which are common depending on the energy which a country is using. And for Uganda's case, we consider those first three. And then when it comes to energy, we look at every source of energy and convert to terajoules for ease of modeling. Then nesting in production for the CGE modelers, you must do nesting in the production function and look at so that you can get the process emissions and the energy emissions at different stages, using the CS functions to combine the different economic agents in the production process. Then still in the consumption, some of us use internal conversion engines for fossil fuels, others use EV. If you are using petrol or diesel, you are emitting. So in the consumption still, we try to capture that in the CG framework. Then lastly, this is for those who want to extend to the CGE. There are two approaches you can use. The first approach, you can get each sector and you attach the emission factor for each output. And then you can get the emissions. But plan B, you can get the energy used, energy source in terajoules, and then attach emissions to it. And this one is the easiest to do energy transition if you do CGE. And for Uganda's case, we use this one, the second one. And what we have to know that they're moving from the first one to the second one, complexity increases as you move on. So this can be like a guide to use when you're doing modeling. And also, if you do that, adaptation becomes easier to do by putting damage functions to your equations, and also mitigation becomes easier when you are doing the same. Then econometrics, the last slide, we will look at the four macro accounts where we have national accounts, we have balance of payment, we have the external sector and the physical sector. And the arrows you see are the interlinkages, meaning a policy decision in one account affects also other variables in other accounts. And now, in this, how we bring in climate change, one of the main channels is through the total factor productivity, which we can do that. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wilson, for that presentation. We are now going to have a plenary where if you have any questions for the team and also colleagues online, you can ask. But I want to use those online. Yes, one present online. He has finished. We started with the one online. Etienne. Oh, sorry. Etienne Espan is from the EfD. The EfD is the French Agency for Development. Please, you have 10 minutes as well. You can start.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Let me try to move to full screen. Yes. And I hope you can see my slides as well. Thanks again for this opportunity, this invitation to present, and sorry that I could not join you in Makerere University. So I'm Etienne Espagne. I'm a senior economist at the French Development Agency and working for quite some years now with the Minister of Finance on the climate and transition issues. And I will be quite brief today, so I can reassure you, but I want to basically present the idea that we need to move now with Ministry of Finance towards jointly building climate and nature economic policy scenarios. And I try to make the case with first the expanding role of Minister of Finance in the post-COP30 era. So of course, since the Paris Agreement, we've seen lots of capacity building support to governments, mainly Ministers of Environment, a lot of central banks, and more Ministers of Finance at the country level to better assess the impacts of the transition or of adaptation on different macroeconomic variables. And we've seen some of the examples in the past presentations. And now what we are seeing in the recent period is more and more a coordinating dynamics of Minister of Finance. So it can be through the coalition of finance ministers for climate action at the global level, or the COP30 circle of finance ministers, but also regional platforms that are emerging more and more. And Sam Mugume, who is in the room here, knows very well the emergence in Africa of this Pan-African Forum for climate action as well. So what to do with this coordinations of Ministers of Finance? What aim should they be targeting by discussing together? Of course, peer exchange on policy experience, what went well, what went bad. That's a key aspect. But there is also an opportunity to use these platforms and these coalitions as a way to jointly build a common understanding of the prospective futures that we may be facing together. And that's what that's the case that I want to make here. So if you look at the policy space that Ministers of Finance are facing, let's be honest that the environmental objectives are really marginal compared to the global trends or global uncertainties that they are facing, or their key domestic economic priorities and constraints. So the question is not necessarily how to make NDC or LTS completely part of the language of Minister of Finance, but rather to understand how these global trends and key domestic economic priorities are actually already very much affected by climate impacts and mitigation dynamics. And so that's why we might need now to start thinking about joint scenario exercise for Ministers of Finance. We all know that central banks, through the NGFS, have been undertaking this exercise for almost 10 years now, with a series of different scenario exercises that then enable central banks to stress test their own domestic financial system in the face of systemic risks or inflation aspects, which are the mandate of central banks, basically, usually. Of course, Ministers of Finance have different mandates. And one key aspect is that the policy decisions are in the hands of Ministers of Finance. So scenarios for Ministers of Finance should, of course, relate to what central banks have been doing through the NGFS, but should also be quite different in many respects. Let me try to assess those potential differences using this very standard policy cycle. So before you decide on a policy, you first set up a goal, right? That's the agenda setting. And basically, global climate negotiations, UNFCCC, the NDCs, the long-term strategies, they are part of the agenda setting. They are a form of scenario that sets the targets. Now, when we move to the, let's say, more messy or dirty aspect of policy formulation and decision-making process, that's where Ministers of Finance play the leading role, formulating policies, deciding on the trade-offs, and assessing this. And that's where the scenarios for Ministers of Finance, or what we call here the climate and nature economic policy scenarios, need to enter the room. And if you compare to the NGFS or central bank scenarios, those types of scenarios are more in the monitoring and evaluation phase of the policy cycle. Why? That's because central banks are not considered as policy makers. So they take the policy decisions as exogenous, as given. So they look at what could happen once the policy decisions have been taken. And that's why they're looking at transition risk, because transition for them is given by the policymakers. So that's this graph, this simple graph allows to situate a little bit the different types or different philosophies of scenarios that exist, and also refine what Ministers of Finance could be targeting in terms of the type of scenarios. Now, Ministers of Finance are not the only public financial bodies. We said it already, so central banks are key, but also in many countries, public development banks have a critical role to play. And usually public development banks are under the control, direct or indirect control, of Ministers of Finance, which lead us to think that the scenario building for the community of Ministers of Finance, or the platforms of Ministers of Finance that have been emerging in the past few years, should also embed the community of public development banks that have also organized in the recent period. In that sense, we would have both, let's say, the short and medium run aspects of the strategy that Ministers of Finance are directly leading, and the longer run or structural transformation aspect that Ministers of Finance are indirectly leading through their hand on their public development banks. So scenarios for Ministers of Finance really are in effect scenarios for Ministers of Finance and public development banks. Now, very briefly, what way forward? What would be the key methodological elements to be taken into account for such an exercise? The first thing is that we might not be necessarily interested in, let's say, the trends or the perturbations, right? The agenda setting types of scenarios, so the NDCs, the LTS, or the global climate and nature targets, try to assess what the optimal path to achieve a certain target, and they're very useful for that matter. But what Ministers of Finance and PDBs would be interested in is to assess what could go wrong or what would be unexpected opportunities as well. And so these are part of the critical uncertainty. So high impactful, high uncertainty aspects of the future. The trends are, let's say, the high impactful but low uncertainty aspect of the future. And what we call perturbations would be the low impact but high uncertainty about the future. We are really interested in the critical uncertainty. So highly impactful, highly uncertain. And that's where scenarios for Minister of Finance should make the focus. Of course, this cannot be done in a room or between academics, and this we need a full participatory approach. And that's where the coalitions and the platforms enter the room. They give political legitimacy, and they help integrate financial, sectoral, and ecological knowledge. And then a few country champions would agree to test what this means for themselves in terms of the resilience of their own economic policy strategy. All right, I don't want to give too much more than that. I know we're running out of time anyway, but I can speak more if you're interested. And of course, EfD, the French Development Agency, has been supporting many countries since the Paris Agreement with modeling work, the transition of adaptation. And here, this is a different types of proposal that basically calls for collaboration beyond EfD, but also beyond the single country level modeling exercise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Etienne, for keeping within your time. And I hope you are staying online. We may have some questions for you or clarifications.
Sorry, because I really have to run. I didn't expect that this was last longer, but yeah, please reach out to me, and really I want to continue the conversation on this topic.
Okay, so now we are going to have a plenary. I don't know how many minutes we have for the plenary. 20 minutes. Okay, because I'm the chair, I'm going to ask the first question to take advantage of my position, but you will answer it at the end, so prepare your answer. Then I'll get questions from everybody else. But the question I have is, all of you pointed to policy relevance. But one of the key questions we get always in the policy decision-making process is to what extent actually we can trust the advice we are getting from all these models, right? And in the morning, we had a presentation where they're highlighting that one of the limitations is data. When I looked at the presentations here, I see very big tables with so much data, but also probably data gaps. But also there are limitations with the macro models. So really, how do we trust the advice we are getting from all these models and then make policy based on them? That's the question, because policy mistakes can be critical, especially macro. We are very sensitive to the errors you could make if you get the wrong advice. So that's the question I have for you. But you'll answer at the end. You'll have 1 minute at the end. So anybody wants to ask the presenters? Yes, let's start from here and we go backwards. But please keep it very short and clear because we have only 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you, colleagues. So my question was to LSE, but also to all, which is stocks. So it was really interesting to see the impact of the risk on stock of wealth. And we saw private wealth and we saw public wealth. And I can imagine infrastructure being part of public wealth, but I'm wondering what other forms of public wealth, and the reason I'm asking is because also in the natural capital accounting, we're tracking stocks of wealth over time, which maybe they're not so damaged by the risk event, but maybe they are. So it was really, how do we use the concept of stock of wealth over time in these models to track wealth and not only impact on GDP, but the capacity to build and grow GDP into the future because of the impact on stock? Thank you.
Okay. I hope the question is clear to you, the presenters. Yes? Let's go backwards. There is somebody here. We shall go that way and then that way, if there are any. But please keep it short and very clear.
The presentations, they all look very beautiful. Well done. And indeed, the models, they all look beautiful, showing that they can be adaptable to whatever it is. I think that is what I can pick from you. And you also talked, some of you talked about the limitations, some didn't. My key question will not be, good enough, the last person talked about what I had in mind, but I still want to ask Dr. Peter. I liked the way you framed what you did. How do you stopped at NDC. How do we extend that to the long-term low emission development strategy? That is long-term. That is just what I wanted to ask.
Is that question to anybody specific or? All right. Okay. Yeah, answer what you can. All right.
Yeah, thank you.
Back there. Back there. We shall have only two from this side and then we shall go this side.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Nyalazi from Botswana. Models are by their nature dirty crystal balls, and using them with that understanding, and also now factoring in the increasingly unstable geopolitics. I mean, it's to me, these issues about the sort of certainty and so forth are not really that important. More so, especially they're going to be used in a scenario analysis situation. Thank you.
I don't know. That microphone, we are not getting the questions clearly. I thought it was only me. When I asked them, they seemed to think it was right, but I think they also are not getting, it's not so clear. We didn't hear that.
Oh, thank you. Let me do it so slowly so that I don't worry about
It's not you, it is the microphone, I think. Do you have any other?
You can hear me?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I was saying models, by their nature, are dirty crystal balls. And using them with that understanding, then we should not be under pressure to say data this and data this. More so because the data normally is coming from central statistics offices, which government use that data for policy making. And now with the uncertainty in geopolitics, that uncertainty and economic performance, that uncertainty magnifies. But if we use them with that understanding and under scenario analysis, then I think they're a very important component, even beside those limitations. Thank you.
Just one more person from this side. I want to move to the next side. So maybe a lady, if there is any lady that side. Yes. Oh, it's not a lady.
Thank you.
I wanted to pick. Okay, go ahead.
So my question is to Ministry of Finance. My question is regarding the conversion from the satellite accounts to the suit. You used, the suit is the 1617, right? And I think some satellite accounts have different surveyed years, so I was wondering how that conversion was done. Thank you.
Yeah, very clear question. Okay, let's give that gentleman at the back the chance to ask, and then we move to this side.
My name is Naomi from Egerton University.
Oh, okay.
I have a question to the first speaker. He mentioned that Uganda's 40% of Uganda's GDP is relies on rain-fed agriculture. My question is, does this estimate incorporate the impact of climate change?
Okay, and lastly, at the back.
Thank you. Geoffrey Norman Tumine is my name, from Uganda. This question goes directly to Minister of Finance and UBOS. You know, I've been having so many SAMs, especially from IFPRI, which are easily accessed online. Now, we know Uganda has developed a new SAM with modifications where they have captured environment, land, water, and forestry. But it is a big challenge to access it. We are asking those in academia who are in modeling, CG modelers, how easily can they access this? If you cannot release it, can you create a lab where we can go and do our models and get results and leave? Because this has become a really big challenge. Could you improve? You know, to have good policy-based research, you need the authentic data. Please, Ministry and you boss. Thank you.
Okay, we have Dr. Sam here. I think he will answer. So let's start from the back, coming this way now. That gentleman there, this gentleman there, his hand is up.
Thank you very much, Chair, and for the presentations. This is Strike from Botswana. My question is on the macro climate adjusted macro models. Are they going to change our growth targets and fiscal rules, or they are just there to manage risk without really bringing structural transformation that we need in Africa?
Thank you. My name is Esther Fiona from Ministry of Energy. And my question is to the lady on the panel. One of your questions in your modeling was how energy transition affects employment, poverty, and prices. I didn't get the results. Do you mind sharing? Thank you.
Anybody else this side? Yeah? The gentleman behind there? There? Here, in the front. Just behind, yeah, there.
Thank you so much. Paul Wabiga is my name, from Dr. Peter Abienda's department. My question goes to the first presenter, the online presenter of the Dignad model. You indicated that Kampala was excluded because there are no rivers, but then you go ahead to use the fluvial flood hazard model, and the results were presented. I'm still wondering, where was the data now collected for this? Was it collected from River Nyamwamba in Kasese, which usually causes havoc there? Was it from Bududa, where we always get problems, or the river called River Manafa? So can you please clarify where the results were obtained, because Kampala has no flood results, such that we are sure we can apply this to policy? I thank you.
Okay, I suppose they made some assumptions, but okay. Susan, Susan, I know the name, so, okay, please.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you all presenters. My question, I think, will address all presentations. The first one is with regard to sensitivity of your analysis. I imagine that these results are sensitive to certain parameters. I wish you could pronounce yourselves on some of these parameters that cause changes in your results, right from the first presenter. The first presenter looked at the exposure to shocks and also adaptation. It was so clear about the exposure that it is to floods, but I'm wondering the adaptation, what strategies were considered in that analysis. The second issue is related to the extent to which these models speak to each other, particularly to Wilson and Peter. You all look at the water sector. I am wondering the extent to which the results speak to each other as far as considering the natural capital is concerned in that sector. Thank you.
Okay. You asked my question more technically. Okay. But by the way, before I forget, we are required to register outside there. If you haven't registered, as we go for lunch, please make sure you register. Don't forget, because they need information of everybody who has been here. Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Scholastica from Department of Economics, Maseno University. I'm happy about the presentation on natural capital accounting, meaning that the part of GDP that is masked and not measured appropriately is coming into fore. Now, my question is, who was the last standing when we already have the natural capital account? How do we step down the macroeconomic model into the person who matters most, that is the citizen? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Akama Michael from Maseno University. Now, I'm going to ask a very simple question, but it's always challenging for those who have attempted to do natural capital accounting. One problem we have is the discount rate. They keep on changing from a country to a country and depending on the period. So if we are going to come up with kind of a model, will it be applicable if country A has a different discount rate than the other, and depending on the time variation? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And lastly, that gentleman.
Okay, thank you so much. My question goes to Wilson. His presentation had natural capital stock, where different, I could say, different elements were listed, including forests, land, water, wetlands. Now, some of these, like for example, forests and wetlands, they are considered to be habitats for wildlife. So I wonder whether in your assessment of forests, do you go ahead to include the amount of wildlife that are therein, or you are only looking at the biomass? Because that means that you are not fully looking at the entire resource. And then the other issue is on bioprospecting. In the environment, there are a lot of microorganisms, and the president has been very insistive, maybe I can say has been consistent on bioeconomy. So could we be missing out on a substantial part of the economy? Because a small bacteria can have so much value if, for example, you produce the vaccine out of it or something that can be of economic interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you everybody for all those questions. We are going to, I'm going to request colleagues online to answer first because they may want to go. So, Carlo Pascal, if you have a response to any of the questions, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Perfect, thank you. So I'll try to answer to all the questions in the same order. So I think the first question was around the data and the model trust. So what we're trying to do here is not asking policymakers to rely on a black box. Let's say what we're trying to do is to, let's say, discipline the macro assumptions that we are taking, not to predict the exact outcomes. And this is also why we're running stress tests and doing sensitivity analysis. For example, on the uncertainty, that's why the stress test part exists, and the DSF that we use already operates on certain level of alternative scenarios. So we have the baseline, then we have alternative scenarios depending on the magnitude of the shock. So I think this is good from a statistical perspective to offer different level of magnitude and also of sensitivity. Then I recall there was another question around the DIGNAT model and how we distinguish, for example, between the capital that we use and which kind of capital is affected. So in DIGNAT, we have two kind of shocks. One is a shock affecting tradable outputs. One is affecting output and the other is affecting capital stock. Then we divide tradable outputs and non-tradable outputs, and then we divide stock in private capital stock and public capital stock. Now, I agree with the person that raised the question that floods and droughts might affect both, and that's why I think a big, let's say, we need to put a lot of effort on rightly calibrate the assumptions behind this, so we can decide, for example, that a certain percentage of public stock is affected. And same thing we can do with private capital. So the way we do this is, of course, based on literature. We try to anchor it as much as possible on historical analysis, but of course, we need to come to, let's say, assumptions. Whenever we use macro modeling, we need to come up with assumptions to improve realism. Then there was another question around the 40% agriculture, let's say 40% agriculture's reliance on Uganda economy. And I would say that that figure does not represent the climate change impact. That is the current exposure of agriculture in the current economy. And that is also a highly cited figure from the UN. Then I recall there was another question on, I think it was around the fiscal, if we should use these models to adjust the fiscal rules. My question to this, also coming from the policy world, I was before working at the central bank. Well, we're not policymakers. So I think someone else from EfD said this before, we are not policymakers. So these tools are actually there to improve the risk assessment. So the DSF is a tool that will allow you to better interpret your debt assessment. So we can inform policy design, but I don't think we should, we are best placed with these models to change the policy rules, because this is something that policymakers do. And then I think there was another question around the flood model and why Uganda, well, precisely Kampala is not well captured.
Sorry,
so,
Carol,
yes.
you don't, I think you can just pick some. Don't answer all the questions.
Okay, perfect. So I would wrap up here then. Thank you.
The very critical questions that refer to your presentation. That's probably what I should say, if any, because I think you have touched on the one I thought was specific on agriculture.
Yes.
Okay. So probably we can move on to Etienne if...
Thank you.
Etienne is gone. Okay, so thank you, Etienne. Thank you for being online till the end. Now we are going to move to the team here, and I think I'm going to start with Peter over there. Please choose the questions that I refer to you, and maybe any other, but maybe one or two, not all the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. On the result validity you talked about in these models, You know, a model is as good as its assumptions. So we have to be very careful in making assumptions and then test the outcomes with the macro aggregates and also benchmark with other models. And the good thing, both the World Bank, IMF have come up with these models that can give us the basis. So many things go on, but the key thing here has been capacity, lack of capacity to capture. Someone talked about conversion, aggregates, and this is what we are doing in the center, but also in the School of Economics. How do these models link each other? The good thing Wilson will say, but the key thing actually why we came up with this model was to help or aid the Ministry of Water to actually be able to provide some critical data that is needed in the models in the Ministry of Finance. And that's why we worked as a team. Data accessibility, someone talked about it. For us here, we tactical, UBOS was a member, and also having a number of players involved helped us to validate the data and all that. So the process was very transparent. Transparency, data transparency is a key in having the results. And as we say, this model is open. You can, so long as you have the data, you can extend it. For now, this is a macro model, so it captures all the sectors so long as you have the data. I thank you.
Josephine, you also choose the questions you think you want to respond to.
Yeah, so thank you so much. I think the question of data gaps is also key to the work that we do in terms of how we work and ensuring that we align the processes in terms of data alignment. Because we work very closely with the ministries and the local partners, so the data that is collected is mainly beginning from a local level so that we may understand what is available and then we align that. But of course, those data gaps are also taken into account because of stakeholder engagements to find out what do they do in practice and some of the issues around scenario development. So they are based on real world policy processes and actions that they do. So that's how we manage to work through with the departments. But when you come in terms of how different models integrate the CG model, the system dynamics, and the input-output model that I showed in the IGM framework. Of course, that framework was developed by the PAGE partners. It's a theoretical framework, but its application has only been at a pilot level. So at this stage, we've not applied it beyond the pilot level because of the different assumptions of the different models and the different requirements for different institutions, because we find that most of the times the institutions are either using mostly CGE or input-output, but there's limited capacity in system dynamics. So that's where we support capacity building in system dynamics, which opens opens the environment aspect, because in system dynamics, you don't actually need data because everything is endogenous. You have equations. You only need data for the parameters, that exogenous parameters. You only need data for validation and calibration to ensure that the model is sound. And you have the key message that directs to messages that are explained on the feedback loops and trade-offs. So this is where we see one of our strengths is, and because we work with the ministries of finance and the local partners, we're looking into building capacity at the local level, the academic institutions, research institutions that can actually build the capacity at the local level. So I'll stop there for now.
Thank you. And lastly, Wilson, the same way from the ministry. I don't know, I think there's one question which you need to specifically answer. The SAM, shock accounting matrix, but I think we shall leave it for Dr. Sam.
Yeah.
You can answer the rest.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Dr. Sam, I leave it to you, the question of the SAM. Then I'll go straight to the first question, which was directed to the Minister of Finance, regarding to what extent can we trust the advice from the models, and also given data limitations and also the parameters we use. That question is always in the mind of every modeler. And what we do, every model is what we do to make sure that we build trust for the model you are using. First, like when you are doing macroeconomic models, what we do something called in-sample forecast. We forecast data which is already in real terms. So when we see how good is the model in forecasting the in-sample forecast. If that is strong, then you consider that model to be to have some trust. We trust it. Then when it comes to other models like economy-wide models, like CGE models, what we do, before we use a CGE, we make sure it's able to reproduce the sum we gave it. Because we get parameters from other scholars, like elasticities, we put them there, but the CGE model must reproduce the original sum we gave it. If it does that, then we can trust that it can model, do policy analysis. So that's how we get trust with the models which we are using. Then I'll move to the next question, which was from Botswana regarding that when we build models, are they going to change our growth or the target or fiscal rules? The models don't change, but they inform the targets. Yeah, because what we always say as modelers, that models should not replace intuition. We always know where the economy is moving, and we know the average growth rate we have. So the model, once given the right information, it can help inform your forecast. And, yeah, so that's how we use the models. Then also from Dr. Susan, regarding the parameters we use, do we do sensitivity analysis? Yes, we do sensitivity analysis. Most time, because when you're going to defend your policy recommendation, the first question, do you trust the results? So what we do sensitivity analysis. If this parameter changes, how do the results change? So we make sure that the parameter we're going to use is based on empirical evidence, data collected from the field. So we always do that for different models. We shall discuss this more in the kiosk. We have a kiosk where we are discussing how different models work. Then also there was a question explaining how the macro models, how to unpack results from macro models to the citizens. Yeah, when we do modeling and we're writing a policy paper, what we always mind about is the audience. What's the audience where you are sending the paper? If I'm sending the results to the university, my paper will be structured differently. If I'm sending the results to my minister, the paper is structured differently. If it's to the citizens, it's also structured differently. For instance, to the citizen, you look at the welfare effects, for instance, if I'm doing something on climate change, the welfare effects on the households, the risks they are likely to they are facing, and also different government interventions that can help to alleviate those risks, and also their role as citizens to make sure, like for instance, in adapting the new technologies, adapting to irrigation, for instance, adapting to improved variety of seeds to avoid the effects of drought, something like that. So you pack it based on the audience. Lastly, there's a question on when we look at the natural capital assets, like forests, land, water, do we look at the organisms, the microorganisms, and also the animals which are in the forests? Now, what we do, we begin with growth. The contributions to growth. Forests contribute to growth in terms of wood, okay? So anything which enters a model must have a market, must have demand and supply. So there are things which are left out, like microorganisms. We understand that in the forest there are organisms which are very important for the ecosystem. But in economic models, as long as those organisms don't enter into the demand and supply, they are a bit left out. And they can be captured using different approaches. Okay, maybe qualitative or statistical when there's a survey and we find a way of capturing them, or capturing the effect of depletion on the stock of these macroorganisms. If there's a stock, maybe the number of these animals or the quantity of these microorganisms, then they can be captured regarding whether when the forest reduces the stock, how the stock of these microorganisms are also moving. So that's how they can be captured. But currently, we don't have them there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Dr. Sam, why don't you share the social accounting matrix?
Thank you so much, Dr. Albert, and thank you for, that's a very good question because really this underpins all what we do in research. For me, it's a point to note, and I'll take it on. But I know some people are getting the social accounting matrix. We're taking it that it's hard to access it, and we'll go and discuss it and come back to ourselves because it's supposed to be public data. But some institutions and some academicians are getting this social accounting matrix, but we shall make it easy after discussions. The second question I want to answer, I want to add on Wilson's answer on the accounts. As of now, the natural capital accounts that we have, you know, when you're doing the accounts, there's the extent accounts, extent in terms of size, you know, coverage, but there's also condition, where when you do condition, you're looking at a number of parameters like canopy cover, you know, how the forest itself, and also, but we don't go details of biodiversity and what's included in there. We only go there when we try to go to the ecosystem services account, where we're looking at what the ecosystem is providing, and there we do even valuation. So we go in details. But I want to tell you that data in those areas is still hard to get because all these micro, you know, frogs, I will say this plainly, frogs, mosquitoes, earthworms are very important and key, but valuing them gets difficult. And we want to go to that level of granularity, but the data and the research is still key and very important to form what we put in the tables. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think from the questions and the reactions, I think our presenters did a very good job. A huge round of applause. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you, Wilson. Thank you, Josephine. And thank you, Peter. And thank you, all of you, for the active participation.
Can we appreciate our panelists, ladies and gentlemen? Big round of applause. Including the virtual panelists. Please take a photo. Where's our photographer? Yes, please. Your panel is here. And of course, we will have a team member joining them, or you want them to have theirs first as a panel? Okay, there. And then we'll have a small token from the organizing committee to our panelists. And I guess Carlos will receive his at some stage through mail. And we want to appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Quickly, as we do this, and cameraman, you will do the honors of taking the photos. Our sessions in the afternoon are parallel sessions. We have 3 sessions, and they're all parallel. If you look at your program, each of these sessions is in this main hall. And so one of the sessions is here in the main hall, and the other 2 sessions are in another 2 rooms in the same building. And so when you come in, please check which session you're coming for, and you will be guided by the ushers at the entrance which session you will be attending. I request that you check on your program or on the program guide at the entrance and ask an usher to guide you to your right session. And then we will have a group photo on our way out for lunch. We have the board, our conference board and the symposium board outside, and the photographer will be there waiting for all of us. So the photographer will be receiving us and arranging us on the board. So we'll have a group photo on our way to lunch. I know some of you may be hungry, but please smile in the photo, yeah? And finally, at the end of the sessions, we have the kiosks that were mentioned earlier, please do join us for the networking session in the tent where the kiosks are, and it would be nice for networking. So see you at exactly 3 p.m. for the parallel sessions that will be here in the main building.
So if your friends or colleagues are at the door, please assist to bring them in because we want to keep good time. We will start in 5 minutes. our parallel session on natural capital accounting, I should say, methodologies and best practices. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and is energized for this afternoon session. I will start by giving a brief run of show. I will begin with introductions of myself and our panelists. I will then give a brief overview of what we aim to achieve from our discussion today, with some framing thoughts by myself. But you don't want to hear from me for too long because I am the chair. The emphasis will be on you all collectively. This is slightly less of a lecture session and more interactive. So I'm going to allow as much time as possible for questions and interactions. So that's how we plan to run it. So I will just briefly, without further ado, introduce myself. My name is Liam Sweetman. I'm originally from the Irish Finance Ministry, though I'm now based here in Kampala, working with the Ugandan Finance Ministry on the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action. I will now call on my panelists, and they will join me on stage, and then I will give some more remarks, and then they will each give their own presentations and let them introduce themselves more formally. So first off, I would like to welcome Stanley from the Ministry of Finance of Zambia. Stanley, I realize I don't actually know your surname. We know each other by first name basis only, but Stanley, you're very welcome. Please join me on stage. You're Stanley to me. I would also like to welcome Ines from the Ministry of Finance of Burundi. She is also going to join us. I will check with some of the technical people. Didier Tabaro from Rwanda, Ministry of Finance, is supposed to be online. Perhaps he can, I know we're behind schedule now, but if he's still with us, perhaps you can identify yourself, please, Didier. And we can hear you and you can participate virtually. And then I would also like to welcome Professor Namaka Chukwune from Ministry of Nigeria. You're very welcome, Prof. Okay, so this concludes our panelists, unless I am forgetting someone. And someone maybe can just wave or advise me if our colleague from Rwanda has joined in. I haven't heard anything for now. Okay, panel, you're most welcome. So, to briefly frame the session, we are here to talk about NCA methodologies and best practice. The purpose is to enhance our technical understanding and peer learning on these topics to support greater methodological consistency and quality and policy relevance across natural capital accounting in Africa. Policy relevance is a term we've heard a lot today. Questions I want you as participants to bear in mind as we go through today is, most broadly, how can NCA methodologies be applied consistently while adapting to different contexts, depending on the institution, the country context, the data available, so the adaptability piece, and what are the practical approaches that best support quality and comparability and, crucially, policy uptake of NCA. I want to speak very briefly about my own experience before I then hand over. My background is the Irish Finance Ministry, though I'm currently now based here in Kampala supporting the Uganda Finance Ministry. And I'll be perfectly honest, as chair, I'm not a technical expert in these methodologies, so I'm very excited to be here as a student also, and to learn and come along this journey with our panel and with you all as participants. And this is the perfect setting, I feel, to learn more, because gathered around we have a mixture of academics and public officials who really have rich knowledge in this area. So we're very excited, and indeed it's clear, I think, that African perspectives, both from academia and public policy, are really shaping this field and showing us both regionally and globally the importance of what we must do in incorporating NCA methodologies into how we do modeling and we think about financial and fiscal space. From a brief example of my own country, Ireland is a small, wet, and cold island in the North Atlantic. It's certainly, having come here now, it pales in comparison to the wonderful richness of biodiversity and natural capital that there is in this region with the flora, the fauna, the ecosystems, the rivers, etc. But this kind of underpins the importance of how we must approach and move away from assumptions and perceptions and use data to underpin our really understanding of natural value. Because in Ireland, one thing we do have are peat bogs. And many of you may know, but some of you might not. These are formed from millennia of compressed plant matter. These are wet, muddy swamps, these bogs. We have a lot of them in my country. And for so long, their value was seen purely as fuel, because they are a fossil fuel. You can drain them and burn the fuel, and it generates heat and light and all these sources. So it's fair to say that over the last century in my country, we formed a very one-dimensional understanding of the value here, this natural value. The relationship was purely extractive. The financial system failed truly to appreciate the variety of ecosystems provided by these sources. After a century of burning and degrading these environments and emitting carbon along the way, we came very late to appreciate and evaluate the natural capital. Eventually, through continued studies as a nation and through government initiatives, we came to realize there is a deeper value of these landscapes, indeed much more than a fuel. They're actually carbon sinks, so through carbon sequestration, even in flood prevention, in how they absorb excess rainflow, and in harboring biodiversity. And I think embracing academia and taking a broader view of the values nature brings is now underpinning conservation and restoration efforts. But the key point is that decision-making here was informed because people started to understand the economic value. I've heard a lot today that money talks. And by using natural capital accounting methodologies to capture this, it has been key. And to bring it back to this context, I think perhaps the example from my country of one is where we were slow to get to the uptake and a lot of damage had been done. But what I'm very heartened to see is the leadership in this region and how, where I have experienced maybe some slow action, there is pro-action here across many fields. I know the Uganda Bureau of Statistics is very active in this country. I know the Africa Development Bank has a community of practice here. And I know it's something that, as Uganda co-chairs, the natural and biodiversity element is something they're putting a lot of emphasis on in the global level and the coalition. So this really frames what an exciting opportunity it is to be here to discuss this today as this issue is being pushed to the forefront and before it's too late. That is me. You don't want to hear too much more from the chair. Those are just my framing thoughts. I would like now to go to my panel, and they will each speak briefly. I'll invite them up, or they can remain in the chair, whichever they want to do, about their own country experience. Introduce yourselves, speak briefly. I will then ask a couple of questions, but then I will open it to the floor and allow more interactive approach to the second half. I thank you. Stanley, you're welcome.
Thank you. I'm Stanley Nkuwa. I'm from Ministry of Finance, Zambia. I work under the National Planning Department. I've been on the SCA journey for the last 7 years now. It has been exciting and challenging. As you are aware, it's one of the topical issues now, valuation of our natural capital and ecosystems. So for Zambia, we joined this journey, I think, mostly the same time as Uganda, under the World Bank Partnership. At that time, it was called the WAVES program, which is the Wealth Accounting and Evaluation of Ecosystem. That is in 2017. The pilot ran for about 2.5 years. You know, when new methodologies come, they're quite a challenge for governments and actually to adopt them. But interestingly, the natural capital accounting, it really brought exciting results. For Zambia at that time, we only settled for, it was a pilot, it was just for 3 accounts, forest and land account. So those results were very exciting for both us in the mainstream government as well as the policy makers. And since then, the program has been accepted and mainstreamed in our government program. So I think for now, that's the highlights again, before I go into other details. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Stanley, for that. Ines, please, your comments.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Ines Ndachaisawa. I'm from Burundi, and I'm a finance director into the government, to the Ministry of Finance. And in the case of Burundi, natural capital is not an abstract concept. It is a foundation of our economy. Yes, of course, in Burundi, agriculture remains the backbone of our GDP, and agriculture also employs the majority of our population in Burundi. This means that the land fertility, rainfall patterns, water availability, and ecosystem sustainability determine economic performance, food security, microeconomic sustainability, and fiscal in particular. At the policy level, Burundi recognizes climate vulnerability as major macroeconomic risk, and we depend on agriculture preview. For example, in 2022, annual report of the Bank of the Republic of Burundi shows that the economy was significantly affected by climate issues and agricultural shocks. And in 2022 also, in the primary sector, declined from about 2%, from about 4% to 1% within 1 year only. However, we're still at early stage in integrating climate risks into the macroeconomic system. Behind that, we have many challenges like data gaps. Yes, we know that environmental data exists, but they are fragmented and not yet systematically integrated into the national accounts in the domains such as forestry, water, and land degradation, etc. The second one is the macroeconomic modeling gap. Our economic projections do not fully incorporate climate risks such as productivity losses due to the rainfall variability, but also the fiscal cost of disasters. And we have also another issue. It is institutional coordination gap. For example, in strengthening collaboration between statistical offices, Ministry of Environment, Meteorological Institution, Ministry of Finance, and yes, of course, other stakeholders. Alongside those challenges, we have clear priorities, such as to institutionalize environmental accounting framework, building national technical capacity, and progressively integrate climate incentives into the macroeconomic planning tools. Thank you.
Ines, thank you so much for those comments. And indeed, it's just a timely reminder, our title of this session is Best Practice, and it's great to hear about what Burundi is doing. But I'll remind us all that I'm delighted you've also pointed out gaps, because that's very important, and we cannot get to best practice without identifying gaps. And part of this session, I hope, we're about to move now to an academic, and I want to hear how we can marry the work that's done in the field of academia to the needs of government and public sector. So thank you for those comments, Ines. I will now welcome Professor Namaka as he's getting himself set up for his presentation. We're looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will take a little time, maybe like, more than the time they took, but just go through the presentation, please. I know
you are very welcome. Please take your time. We want to hear.
Thank you very much, yes. So I will go straight to good afternoon. My name is Nnemeka Chukwone. I'm from Nigeria. I am the director of EfD Nigeria, University of Nigeria in Nsukka. So I am here to make this little presentation. I will focus on the natural capital accounting in Nigeria, and then talk about the issue of modeling and where the situation now in the country, and how we can go on from there. So first, I would like to talk about first the study analysis. In Nigeria, natural capital accounting, like I say, started, if Dr. Ito can testify that, around 2020 or thereabout, 2019-2020. But before then, the MBS had developed an energy account. MBS developed that in collaboration with the Energy Commission of Nigeria. The National Bureau of Statistics, Nigeria developed an energy account, just like a satellite account for their SNA. Now, but to facilitate the incorporation of mainstream of national capital accounting into Nigerian policy framework, we started with this training program for different ministries, which, like I mentioned, Dr. Itoa was part of it. We all worked together with the Eco Capital to train people on natural capital accounting, the Ministry of Finance, MBS, and all that. So as we did that, we got funding from the World Bank to begin a kind of, how will I say it, a kind of a test of proof, a proof of concept for natural capital accounting in Nigeria. So based on that, we were able to develop pilot accounts. We trained the ministries, MPS and all that, and develop pilot accounts in land account, ecosystem account, and in emission account. So, but they were all pilot accounts because of the issue that we mentioned, because of lack of data that is also affecting many other countries. So, as we were doing this, the Climate Change Act was passed, and the Climate Change Act of Nigeria in number 29 talked about section 29 of Climate Change Law in 2001, talked about natural capital accounts and national development plans. And it says the council will collaborate with the National Council for Climate Change, NCCC. We collaborate and equip the National Bureau of Statistics with developing natural capital accounts. And the data for natural capital accounts shall be made available to MDAs and used in policy formulation and development of action plans in line with the carbon budget. So Nigeria institutionalized as, the issue of natural capital accounting in its law, the Climate Change Act, which now gave the impetus to do things about natural capital accounting and bringing them into the policy. So now, as we move in, with the funding of the World Bank, the Global Partnership on Sustainability, based on, help, the World Bank, based on what referred to, we did a proposal based on a World Bank implemented grant, did more work on natural capital accounting. So it first of all helped train which I was part of the technical committee, or the steering committee, who trained the National Bureau of Statistics and some other ministries on natural capital accounting. And then with the help of some external bodies like United Nations Division and the Back Center for Climate Change and some independent specialists, we were able to, the MBS was able to develop, after the training, the land account, the land account, ecosystem account, and emission account. And they also, based on the work of the World Bank, there is a project referred to as ACRISAL. It's a land-based project in arid part of, semi-arid part of Nigeria. So based on ACRISAL, they also went to develop accounts for Nasarawa and Kaduna states, which was incorporated into the project to be able to help in decision-making in the project. So I could show the land account developed in Nigeria, particularly looked at issues of land use and land cover. The clear output was land use and land cover maps, physical asset account, and land use and land cover change metrics. That was where it focused. It didn't go into monetary aspects. So it's mainly focused on the physical aspects. And you could see the map of the land use, land cover map as at 2015. And I did mention that the data for this came through the European Space Agency Center Climate Change Initiative. Which data was available from 1992 to 2020. So, and it's also accessible to the ARIS for the CEA, which I didn't talk about earlier. So now, this is the land use land cover at 2015, and then you could see the land use land cover based on the account on 2020. And now, the physical assets, sorry, I'm a bit fast because I want to pray more things. The physical asset account for the land is what you could see. So you can see from what was done, the opening stock in 2015, and then was 912 total. And then you could see the addition in stock, reduction in stock, and net change. And you could see that the net change mainly occurred heavily in arable land. And you could see that, meaning arable land arable land increased, which arable land was taking over the forest space. It increased. So that's what was one major issue in the thing. So you could see that's the account for the physical asset account for the land use land change in Nigeria. So now also you could see the land use land cover matrix, whereby where it's coming from. Maybe you could see the agroforestry, and then going to arable land, the quantity of agroforestry that went to arable land. You could also see the different ones I mentioned, the forestry, the mangrove, it didn't go out much it didn't move out much, so you could see in terms of where it took into the water body, and then all that. So this shows the balance who is donating, giving to who, and how it happened in the forest in Nigeria. So now, what has been done on models? Let me move further to say these are the different models I've been presenting in the morning here, which can be used in terms of working with natural capital accounts, the integrated assessment models, the CG models, especially the CG models and the dynamic stochastic equilibrium models, which many central banks use because it is stochastic in its form, but the CG is deterministic, although it also looks at the different things in terms of the households maximizing utility functions and the firms maximizing profit. But the two of them are almost the same except for the dynamic nature of the stochastic general equilibrium model. So, but these are what can be used. And I don't want to go into how you can implement ECGE, which I've been saying in the morning. But I want to say that as part of the work we were doing, we looked at, in terms of the emission accounts, using it to model carbon pricing policy in Nigeria. And that is in sense of modeling carbon tax. What is the optimal carbon tax for Nigeria? So we use the emission accounts to do that. And I will go straight because of the time constraints. The scope of the study was to identify a carbon taxation that is fossil fuel types, sectors, and core activities to be covered, determine the point of regulation, that is the production and consumption, whether the tax should be production or for consumption, understand the optimal tax rate that will be result in specific emission abatement levels and generate substantive revenue for the country. So we did this. We used the EfD-Mak model of the CG model. That was what we modified, and Nigeria's 2019 social accounting metrics, and where we focused 8 households by location, poverty status, gender of household head. 8 sectors were included. You could see kerosene, fuel, petrol, diesel, manufacturing, agriculture, firewood, services, oil, and other mining. So you could see the methodology in terms of sectors and households. So we had covered urban poor male-headed households, urban poor female-headed, urban non-poor male-headed, and then you could see down to the rural non-poor male-headed. And the sectors, you could see kerosene, fuel, diesel, manufacturing, agriculture, services, and firewood. So now, this is just a summary of the SAM. This is just a summary of the SAM that was used. And then in terms of the emission, you could see the different emissions for manufacturing, the emission in terms of million CO2 at that 2019, total was 367. And then for each of the sectors, like for firewood services, in terms of consumption sources and production sources. So we modified the EfD-Mak model just by including the equation and emissions, which to capture the emission that we were talking about. And then these are the simulations. We carried out 5 simulations. First, the simulation was in terms of when you move a carbon tax only in the production sector, and then the other one when you put a consumption carbon tax, and then the other simulation 3 is both production and consumption, and then the other one is when you have production and consumption but transfers to households, to help to reduce poverty. And then the simulation 5 was including mining plus 5% mining and cost, and then transfers. So the same in 6 was 10% mining and then transfers, consumption and transfers. So you could see for agriculture, for firewood mining and all that in terms of the simulation. Because of time, I'm not trying to cut it short. So, but these are the overall results. So you could see the effect in terms of base emission, which we saw earlier, then new emission rates, and then you could see the change in emission meter per metric ton from the different sectors, based on the different simulations. Simulation 1, you could see a change in emission, simulation 2, 3, and then you could see the highest change in emission was simulation 6, when we did mining, and then 10% mining and 5% consumption tax. But this is the same in terms of households and different households. So you could see the different effects in poverty in terms of different simulations. But generally, the results show that 5% production tax led to only 1% reduction in emissions, and then 5% consumption tax led to 5% reduction in emission. So 5% production and 5% consumption tax led to only 1% reduction in emissions. So consumption tax appeared to be more effective in the short term. Why in the short term? Because this model was a static model. I didn't mention that. It was a purely static model. So in the short term, it looked like the consumption tax appeared more effective than the production tax. So further results. So simultaneously implementing production consumption tax has a much stronger negative impact on GDP and households' income. That's simulation 3. Then efforts should be made to explore phased implementation to overshocking the economy. Then using 1/4 of additional revenue from carbon tax effect when you transfer it to poor households, led to thoughts that the transfers could be powerful instruments for cushioning the effects of impact. So most studies have also shown this, that when you transfer the returns from carbon tax to households, it helps to cushion the effect. So also households are more affected when their major sources of income are affected. So e.g. consumption taxes affect male-headed households much more than the affected female-headed households. So this is a kind of a summary of it. So you could see the change, if you look at simulation 4, 5, 6 appear better packaged, like the green shows the best results in terms of percentage change in price, and then percentage real GDP change, and then increase in government revenues. So you could see that the 4 was, if you see the green, the 4 was having better change in terms of real GDP, but also in terms of real household income was also higher. So the same for there. So you could see there what we're trying to use the green marks, the red mark to show worst results and the second best results. So now, conclusion. In the short run, production taxes are likely to be less stable for achieving emission reduction objectives. Transfers to households can play a significant role in managing the negative impacts of implementing carbon taxes. So, and then it's important to develop accounts and use for modeling for decision making. And the institutional support and partnerships are essential. Government policy makers, private sector operators, academia, civil society, and community-based organizations. Now, recommendation. So, preference should be given to consumption tax based on our model, it's a static model, to consumption tax in the short run, while production tax can be introduced later and possibly in a gradual manner to allow the economy to absorb each round of increase or change. So, transfers should be used to target most vulnerable households to reduce the negative effect of taxes, and then we said that overshocking the economy can lead to counterproductive results. As such, it's necessary to implement both consumption and production taxes in a phased way that does not overload the actors and the economy as a whole into counterproductive actions. So also that it's important for increased use of natural capital accounting in decision making in the country. So moving forward, you see, just like I said, apart from developing these accounts, not much has been done in terms of modeling in Nigeria, especially by the Ministry of Finance. And it's not been fairly used in decision making. The aim of the CREM-PESA, that's the World Bank funded project, was to develop these accounts and for it to be used in decision making. And moving forward, we're continuing with our study where we're looking currently at the dynamic model, because what I mentioned was the static model, what I presented. And then in that sense, we're looking at input substitution, in the long run. How will the tax, what will be the best way to collect carbon tax? Then also, under a current IDRC funded project, we're estimating the macroeconomic and distribution impacts of green fiscal reforms such as carbon pricing, e.g. taxes and markets, subsidy shifts from fossil fuel to green sectors, and green budgeting and climate tag expenditures, because we're going to green the SAM and then use it for these studies. And it's also, we hope that with the work we were doing in EFD Nigeria, we're moving with this EID funded work, we're going to work with the Ministry of Finance. Already we're working with the Development Bank of Nigeria. We're going to work with the Ministry of Finance to see how we can do more modeling to inform policy in terms of using natural capital accounts to inform policy in Nigeria. And also do some more work with the MBS that is doing, develop these accounts to ensure that, to work with them to, because we've been working with them from the beginning, to develop more accounts to be able to continuously use it in policy making in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Professor. That was a very interesting presentation. I enjoyed the start, the framing of the journey from the training provided into the legal framework and into the implementation. And indeed, that was a fascinating case study on carbon pricing and carbon taxing, and how decisions what must be more broadly framed and including the social impacts, because I know from working in a finance ministry before, any proposal regarding taxation as such, it's dead in the water unless it's dead before you enter the room, unless you can frame it with that context. So that was very insightful. Thank you so much. Okay, so what I propose to do now with the time we have left, I have a couple of questions, but I don't want to be greedy, so I'm going to limit myself to one per panelist. I'm going to ask, and then I'm going to open the floor for questions and indeed interventions. If someone has something interesting they want to share, it can be a question, it can be a comment, an example from their own perspective, their own country, their own institution. And I think so we keep a good flow and we keep good time. I'm going to propose that I will ask my few questions now. We will go to the floor for maybe 2 or 3 questions, and we then come back and we'll take answers or statements, and then we can go back to the floor again, just so we don't get a build-up of 15 questions, which our panel and myself have to keep track of and remember. So that's what I propose to do, and I thank you all for your attention so far. So me, myself, I will just kickstart with a couple of questions, and I will go in order. First to Stanley, and you have time to think. I will go to the floor as well to welcome to take some more, so you're not on the spot here. But to Stanley, I know your government is playing a crucial role both at the global and regional level. So my question for you is, there's so much work being done in this area. What role can the global coalition of climate finance ministers, but indeed the regional platform, play in helping to coordinate and collaborate on fields such as this? So finance ministries are informed, and academia and the work that's provided is not duplicated. Of course, every country needs to adapt to its own context, but what role can the regional platform and global platform have in sharing that knowledge and making it more efficient? For Ines, I know you work closely with your minister. My question to you is, and you can maybe take some inspiration from the professor's presentation here, is around distilling messages to our political leaders and our key decision makers. Because what's heartening to see is how much fantastic data and a fantastic modeling we have. But sometimes what our minister or the key decision maker is interested in is, what is the bottom line? So that piece of how do we distill the key points in a way that's relatable and digestible to our leaders and our ministers. So that one's for you. And then, Professor, yes, I have maybe 2 questions for you. One, more generally, because this is a methodology session, if you can speak to good data, and there's good data and good methodologies, and then there's bad data and bad methodologies, and they can lead to different conclusions. So maybe I'd invite you just to consider and speak a little bit about the rigor and the process you went through for your data collection and how you manage that integrity through the methodology. And then quite specifically, this is just one I'm personally interested in. In your presentation on the social impacts of the carbon taxes, you mentioned transfers and I know you gave a little bit of detail, but I'd like to just hear what specifics in terms of transfers, in terms of, was it direct social welfare cash payments? Did you think about retaining subsidies? Did you think about reduction tax liability, whatever? Just it'd be nice to hear about the transfer piece, because that's quite interesting, and that's usually the menu that the minister wants in front of them when they look about mitigating social impacts. So those are mine. I have definitely spoken enough. I want now to ask the audience and the participants to assist us in providing some questions or some framing statements. As I said, I will ask for maybe 2 or 3, and then we'll go back to the panel, and then we will again go and invite more opportunity. So please, your interventions are welcome. Thank you. We must start at the front with the professor here, so please.
Okay, thank you very much, and I congratulate my colleagues for very insightful presentations. Now, mine is sort of a comment, but a question, whoever will take it. I wanted to really know how compatible are the natural capital accounting frameworks with the system of environmental and economic accounting standards and the national statistical systems. The reason I'm asking this is I desire to see sort of harmonization across Africa. Now that we have the Pan-African Forum for Finance Ministers, we would like to have a sort of comparability of what we are doing so that our systems should be almost similar, so that we can, in a way, be able to support each other. We can, in a way, be able to replicate what is happening in one country and another country. And we can, in a way, learn together and be able to support our local finance ministers in these areas. So I would like to hear the compatibility of the methodologies of natural capital accounting. And my last one is about the extent to which finance ministers or ministries are actually using the results. And maybe my brother from Nehemeka, professor, I've seen the results. To what extent are they using these results, for example, in budgeting, in national development planning, or even in the public investment management, investment appraisals? We are really looking at a scenario where we would like our models to really transit to real policy actions, to policy actions. And wherever it is working, we would like to hear those stories, maybe Zambia or Nigeria, so that we can admire and take the best practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yes, I suggest we move this way yes, take another 2, and then we'll go to the panel.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my name is Herbert Ntuli from CEACM in South Africa. Yeah, so my first one is on the carbon tax, the implementation of the carbon tax. How is it being implemented? This is directed to Prof. Nehemeka. Sorry, the implementation of the carbon tax. So I would like to assume that Nigeria is more of an informal economy. So if you target production and consumption, yet much of the activities are happening outside the economy, then that might not even yield the results that you want. So maybe targeting something like gasoline, a tax on gasoline, which is difficult to evade, since it enters into the production process, might be more useful to get the results that are more meaningful. And then another question that I have is on emissions themselves. So the emissions, how are these emissions, which emissions are we talking about when you say reduction in emissions? I think it would be good to target various sources of these emissions because they yield different emissions, and also to think about fugitive emissions as well, because most of these sources, they produce fugitive emissions which are difficult to quantify. And so those are my two questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the team of panelists. My name is James. I'm a student, a graduate student of economic and investment modeling. And just two questions to Professor. One, I would like to pick your mind on the experience of Nigeria in terms of incorporating climate-sensitive economic modeling in infrastructure projects. In Nigeria. I would like to pick your mind on the experience. And also in terms of data collection, what has been your experience, what are some of the challenges, which could actually feed into some of the quick wins we can register here as a country. Thank you once again.
Thank you. I suggest we'll take one more, and then we'll go to the panel for answers, and then we'll go back to the participants.
My name is Keith, and I work with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. The first question is for the professor. At least from experience sharing across countries, it's clear that data is a challenge. My question is, each time we hear that you have developed a model and data has persistently become a challenge to any user, you get a bit of a worry. When I have inadequate data, is there a possibility that I can develop a model and test it and it generates good results? If yes, how do you go about this to build confidence in the users of the results? The second is still, data is a challenge, but countries have, in one way or the other, compiled accounts. Is the biggest challenge capacity to compile the accounts or data? In this, what do I mean? If you have possibly sufficient data in our countries, Burundi, Zambia, Nigeria, Uganda, if you have, say, the data that you need, would versus the capacity currently to compile these accounts, would it be easy to have the accounts produced more routinely? Or we think even with the capacity, without good data, you may not do much. And what does that mean? That if then data becomes the foundation and capacity may not be the biggest challenge, how are ministries? I think Burundi is represented by someone from the ministry, right? How has the ministry, in this case, created, I could say, pressure, because data is more demand-driven. You tell us we need this, and we can integrate those needs into our various data processes to ensure we have it. How have you achieved creating, I could say, result-based pressure on top of definitely financing is critical? How have you achieved that to address these gaps? Or when you have these gaps, we just keep mentioning we expect the NSO to produce. How do you make it appreciated that it's a critical need for your, I could say for your processes? Why do I mention this? It's persistent, data. Different presenters will mention data. From 5, we mentioned we compiled this since almost 10 years ago, 2015. Up to now, it's still persistent. What is the problem that probably we cannot have these data issues addressed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now invite, if my panel are happy, I will work from my left. So I'll invite Stanley. I think the Professor Bale and myself had similar questions around the role of the regional platform. So you can speak to that and the other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for those questions. I'll start speaking to the aspect of the region platform. Maybe just to give you an insight how this journey has been at continental level on the NCA. Like I earlier mentioned, in 2017, the initiative came through World Bank. I think also a professor mentioned also Nigeria got some support from World Bank. Uganda was part of it, Kenya, and then South Africa. Because the thought was through World Bank that the ministries of finance need to start incorporating the value of natural capital into their national systems of national accounts. And then basically the tradition that has been this aspect of the environment, they're in the sector, the ministries of the environment. The natural capital accounting program brought in now the aspect of how do you incorporate this in our normal system of national accounts. It was really like a back and forth, getting into the ministry for governments to understand the concept. And it's fortunate that I think Nigeria and other countries now can actually speak that NCA is part of their programming. So World Bank is to convene regional forums, come and share experiences, just a way of seeing how this program is being implemented. And it's interesting that in certain parts of the country, West Africa, mostly if you ask them, the NCA is being coordinated and implemented by environment ministries. In other jurisdictions, you find that there's the statistical, the Bureau of Statistics, and in other jurisdiction, again, the Ministry of Finance. So where is the common ground and how do we have this thing done? Because ultimately, we need to see the value of natural capital into our national accounting system. But from best practice, you find that the Ministry of Finance is better placed because the accounts, the program cuts across the various sectors of the economy. You talk about forests, water, land, could be wildlife, agriculture. And the Ministries of Finance have the convening power to actually bring these ministries together and ensure that these accounts are mainstreamed either in the planning process, policy, and ultimately we see them in the national accounting system. So World Bank continued with this support of having this regional forum. But interestingly, last year, the World Bank was the secretary to what the platform for national accounting for Africa, Community of Practice. Last year, they handed it over to ADB, meaning on the African continent, ADB has taken off secretariat for the forum, which now we have to stand on our own. It's an African issue. How do we have this program standing on ourselves? So during the African Climate Summit last year, ADB officially took over the secretariat to bring these countries in terms of coordinating natural capital accounting. So now that's being a plus on our side. Under the collision, it's good that this is topical. In addition, you may wish to know that African ministers of finance, in COP29, they realized that natural capital stock is actually an important aspect, and the ministers actually were agreeable that we need to see the value of our assets into our national accounting system and to change how much African countries are valued in terms of able to improve probably the headroom in terms of accessing funds. So these conversations are actually now gaining momentum, and now that we have now a regional platform which we've launched under the collision, the PAFCA, and we are in conversation with ADB coming on board to support the secretariat. So it actually kills in terms of duplication. We are bringing an agenda that we need to see this. So we have ADB already anchoring the Secretariat for the National Committee of Practice, and on the other side also they are coming on board to partner with us and the PAFCA. So in terms of having one agenda, and ADB, they are the convener in your meeting of Ministers of Finance, actually provide a very good opportunity to actually ensure that Ministers of Finance, they drive the agenda to mainstream natural capital accounting in their various jurisdictions. So in partnership in the regional forum, the coalition actually provides a very good platform for this, and to avoid duplication, it to be harmonized in that space that partners around this come together. So the coalition and the PAFCA platform actually timely to ensure that this agenda moves forward. I'll speak also to what Prof mentioned in terms of computability before you come in. Interestingly, like I was saying, in other jurisdictions, I'll give you a case in point, like in South Africa. The SS Stats takes lead in the compilation, computation, and publication of national capital accounts. And it's a different avenue compared to other jurisdictions. You find that in a country like Zambia, like you said, the World Bank came through Ministry of Finance to start developing these. But what we did is basically a different approach. We built capacity in a different sectors. You have, like I mentioned, we were the forest, water and land account. So we built capacity in the colleagues in the forest, they have a working group under forest, under lands, they have a working group, water as well. But then our role is to ensure that we bring everybody together. We provide the overall guidance and ensure that using the CEA framework, which Prof was mentioned in terms of computability. So we've been using the system of environmental economic accounting as an international methodology for computing CEA, because that's based on the support World Bank was giving to us. In our jurisdiction, find that the Bureau of Statistics, they would locally compute those evaluation systems. So computability now comes in. I think now if you look at the 2025 SNA, I think we are almost there, because now we have natural capital accounting and ecosystem in the system of national accounts, meaning various countries now will be mandated to report natural capital accounting according to the CNA of 2025, which is a plus, because there's a group under what they call London group of experts under natural capital accounting. They really fought for that to happen as a way of curing computability. Because if we have it through the UN in terms of reporting natural capital accounting, then we standardize that in terms of curing that. And you find that ministries like us, finance, who provide the overall policy guidance around this, we, in terms of computing, the mandate is with statistics offices. So it's encouraged that in as much as we coordinate over the program, capacity must be built in the statistical office and across various sectors to ensure that the methodology in terms of collecting the data, reporting, compilation is in line with the system of environmental economic accounting. So the system SNO of 2025, Professor actually has come to ensure that we resolve some of the issues around that, I think, which is a milestone in that regard. And to the extent of the use of the results, very interesting. Because in most jurisdictions, depending on the law, results from the statistical office or the publications are what becomes law. The way they report on GDP, because the conversation has been, they all report on GDP, inflation, employment, and unemployment. We need to see the same momentum on the environmental statistics. Because yes, issues of climate change and biodiversity are on the rise, but data on the environmental, there's low uptake. So now how do we resolve that in terms of use is, if the ministries of finance, who have the convening power, see the value and importance of this, you see it into policy. It helps us in terms of analyzing the problems, they are designing the programs, implementation, review until, monitor until review. So Ministry of Finance take a critical role, because if we don't see it into policy, uptake will be very low. And how this has been done, the problem is, we produce the results, then what next? What are the target audience? It's just the policymakers. So much being lost in the forest, our land is under threat, catchment areas are, what is being done? If you don't see, if you see action but the results are there, that's where the problem has been. But partnering with the academia also has been helpful in terms of helping us to communicate. Who are you communicating to? Is it the academia? Is it the policymakers? Is it the private sector? Is it also government? Yes, governments they have become major culprits in the conversation because the buck stops with us. But for us to enhance uptake is to ensure that we mainstream it in our programming, and the critical institution, the Ministry of Finance, takes center stage. And we see them into our budget in terms of allocation, so that we know there are interventions coming from the results we are producing. If we don't see them in our national budgets and national development plans, then it becomes a problem. For exciting in our case, when we jumped on the program in 2017, we were already implementing our state national development plan. It came as a pilot, so it couldn't sit in the national plan. But in the 8th plan, we managed to integrate national capital accounting, and we're able to sit in a national budget, though with minimal allocations. But we hope that in subsequent national plans now, the allocations we improve, and we see that the interventions actually government is responding. Because if we don't see these results in our development plans and budgets, then I think we're not doing much. I submit for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley, for that fantastic and rich intervention. It was excellent. Ines, please.
Thank you, Liam, for the questions, and I respond in few words. For me, I think that, first of all, it's essential to integrate climate risk into our operations. And behind lack of financing, these require a paradigm shift in the way we operate by moving toward more evidence-based planning. That is more crucial. Afterwards, we need also capacity building on integrate aspects along this value chain, particularly, of course, in macroeconomic modeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Ines. I will now go to the professor. Before I do, I've been told we need to watch our backs, literally. There is a question online that has been appearing behind the screen. I think it is for you, Professor. I will ask for some help in displaying it again, but if you can also take time to consider that one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will quickly, because I know we are running short of time, I will want to take it one by one, but I don't know, wasting, okay. Okay, yeah, I will deal with that. So thank you very much. Let me start with what you said about the good data, bad data. Yeah, data is a real issue in terms of natural capital accounting in Nigeria, in Africa as well as in Nigeria. So, and it's always difficult, getting those accounts, data has been the problem. I can give you a real example. In doing the forest account, the Nigeria had this forest reference inventory, which ordinarily that should be used for but when the technical working group looked at the data, it wasn't increasing systematically the way it should be. So it wasn't reliable. So they had to now use the European Space Agency Climate Change Initiative data, which span from 1992 to 2000. So it's really a problem. So, and I think it's one of the things that we'll continue to work on in terms of data. Now, transfers to household, you mentioned. So transfers in the model was just maybe to say this income, we move it to household, different urban, rural households, and that. But in the risk action, when you're doing transfers, there are some, like what's happening now in Nigeria, there's cash transfer through what we refer to Nigeria Cares, which is a project by the World Bank and the Federal Ministry of Finance and all that. So they do cash transfer to the poorest of the poor, and they also do some other forms of transfers, like in the transport sector, supporting transportation in public transportation, too. Yeah. So these are some of the ways it's been done. Now, in terms of harmonization across Africa, that was Professor Babale mentioned, I think it's important that if they, like you mentioned, the ministers of finance can find the ones that and have a standard and to say they want all African countries to begin to get involved in this. Because some have moved ahead more than others, while some are still dragging their feet and not even thinking about it or including it in their planning. So it's important that if the Ministry of Finance, Ministers of Finance can have a kind of a small resolution to say, let Africans, this is the minimum standard that is required, that will help to things to run. And that's, get to the point you mentioned about the ministries, how can they use the results in budget and policy? I think normally, policy uptake is always an issue. You can do policy briefs, do things with government, but taking it up to apply it fully is another issue. So it's a different color because there are a lot of political economic questions that happen in terms of what is the politicians, what do they want, even in their constituencies, and many things that happen. So you will see that those issues may not even be taken up. So we continue to do our work and then to continue to hope that policymakers will, and we continue to work with them to see how the ones they can adapt and use. So then the issue of carbon tax that Herbert mentioned, we looked, like we said, talking about the informal economy. Yeah, that was why we looked at in the short run, looking at the consumption and production carbon tax in terms of, you rightly mentioned the consumption of gasoline and all that. And remember, like in Nigeria, there was no fuel subsidy, which we included as a kind of a shadow carbon tax because we model based on the removal of subsidy and to see for different energy sources. Now, going further, we're going to look at how do you in terms of dynamics, people can decide to change the energy they want to use because of maybe prices or because of how the policy is moving. Like now, like in Nigeria, people are changing the way they use cooking gas because the price increased. So people now start moving back to the fuel like firewood and charcoal that should be phasing out. So such things, how will agents behave when there are those changes and dynamics? Then in terms of emission, yes, we looked at, emission in terms of the way, I want to say that the way they see us, the environmental economic account, some of environmental economic account, the way it treats emission is different from the way IPCC treats emission. So now the IPCC can treat emission in terms of where it occurs, like emission in the transport sector. Take for example, assuming in the mining has some transport activities. In the IPCC, they would move that emission to transport. But in the CEA, they will move that emission to the mining sector, notwithstanding it happening in the transport. Now, but generally in Nigeria, the emissions were more in energy, but now in agriculture, forestry, and land uses is where you have the higher emissions now. So we looked at the model, in the model you could see that we channeled the emissions from the point sources where the emissions were coming from in the model based on the accounts. Then the other one, some of our experience in incorporating climate sensitive model in infrastructure. To tell you the truth, like I mentioned during the presentation, Nigeria has not moved into using climate sensitive models, in decision making. Like I said, the issue of planning for or doing natural accounts just started a while ago. So although it's now in a law, I believe that going forward, that we'll be able to implement that in decision making like in the models, like mentioned. Capacity to produce accounts, if there is data in Africa or vice versa. I believe that capacity is also lacking. There is need for more training on how to produce that, even if when you have the data. And so that brings to the fact that if there is capacity and people know the data they should collect, they will be able to make sure that those data they are available. Because funding for data depends on the level of awareness of the Statistics Bureau. Sometimes, like in most places, like in Nigeria and other places, the World Bank assists and help in data collection, But the World Bank may be tailored to that. They want to collect to be able, if there is enough maybe capacity in the statistical office, they could say, okay, we need more data in these aspects, please, can we fund that and all that? So data is a problem, capacity is a problem, the two should be should be improved. And how do you make the results appreciate when you produce results? The same thing talks about like policymakers, maybe encouraging them to take up the results. It's always not exactly the way, taking up results and looking at the result the way it appears is not maybe how it's going to apply in policy per se. That's why in policy you make suggestions based on the findings on what you think could help, considering the political economy of the issues that's mentioned. Going at the one that was in there, talking about whether these households were those that, impacted more by climate change or other disaster. No, based on the data we have in the Nigerian National Living Standards Survey, LMS data, we broke it down into households, urban households, urban poor households, urban for female households poor and all that, in line with the data set, not whether there are areas where you have more climate change or thereabout. So thank you very much. Generally, I think from this session, we need to encourage, like been mentioned, how can we use the results from climate change, from modeling, from natural capital accounting? How can the finance ministers make sure that they apply this in their countries? There should be a benchmark across Africa. I think that's the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. That is a fantastic thought. I will open now for more questions. I know we're tight on time, but if I ask participants just to keep their questions brief and one question per person. I think we'll continue on this side for now, and I know we'll start. This lady very enthusiastically had her hand up here on this left-hand side, so maybe we can start here. Please raise your hand to help.
Thank you, Chair. I have only 2 questions, and they are brief. The first one goes to the professor. Professor emphasized more of different natural capital assets, and I didn't hear anything to do with the wildlife. And wildlife. And when it comes to countries like Uganda, I believe the wildlife contributes a lot to our GDP. Countries like Kenya, they do benefit a lot when it comes to the wildlife. So maybe in your models, you might need to think about that. Then the last one, my mind switched to countries that are war-torn, especially like Congo. I find that countries like Congo, they have a lot of natural capital assets, and you find that actually these wars are targeting those particular assets. So when it comes to us thinking about the different interventions, adaptation and resilience, you find that it might become too hard for such countries. Maybe you might need to tell us more, how do you think about those countries that are war-torn and actually the wars are coming up because of those natural capital assets that are in those countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will suggest, I've been told we're going tight on time. Can we take one more perhaps on this side, and then in some diversity for the room, we'll take maybe 2 questions from this side, and then we'll take concluding talks. Please, thank you. Any hands on this side? Okay, let's move to this side. There's a gentleman there with his hand.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is on how the accounts will be used to track the SDGs. Thank you. Should I repeat?
Please, no, give your comment or question, please, Ali.
Oh, okay. Let me just repeat. My question was how will the accounts be used to track the progress on the SDGs?
Thank you, Ali. Okay, have we any more questions from this side? No more questions in the room in general? Any hands? Okay, that helps me because I'm under pressure to conclude. So let's go to the panel quickly for concluding thoughts. Stanley, please.
Frank, I'll speak to the one for SDGs. Just a quick reaction to that. Like you've had data as is generally a challenge in Africa, and even tracking SDGs is quite a challenge. But what's exciting with natural capital accounting, and particularly our case in point for Zambia, for those who you might not know that, to help us report on those, we use the NCA with a new methodology able to report progress on SDG 15, on water, land, as well as wildlife. So it's actually provide a very good avenue. With a new methodology, you're able to report progress on SDGs. And more importantly, if you mainstream natural capital accounting in your national development plan, and the national development plan is aligned to the SDGs, you actually make it easier for you to report on SDGs, because as you're reporting on national programs, at the same time you're reporting on SDGs. So that's actually the work underway, and NCA is actually providing that new way avenue to report. I submit.
Thank you, Stanley. Ines, do you have any concluding comments? Okay, Professor, please, Namaka.
Yeah, thank you very much. Coming to what talked about wildlife, I think the accounts were normally produced in line with what the system of environmental economic accounts cover. It doesn't cover current, doesn't cover wildlife. It covers land, forest, water, minerals and energy, waste emission, and EPR and EGS, and then tax and subsidies. So it doesn't, at the point now, it doesn't cover wildlife. Although there is modification on this year that will come out in 2028, even when I looked at the points that have been raised of which modification should be made, I didn't see wildlife. So I don't know, but I think the new modification to say will come out in 2028. But currently, there is no wildlife in the system of accounts. Maybe that's why people have not modeled wildlife, in that sense. But we can, in economic models, using CJA, maybe even you can incorporate wildlife as, one of the factors, the way, when modelers can do that. So then the other aspect is the issue of STJ. Yeah, if you look at the actual thing is just about STJ, because STJ is like a policy question. So when you look at, like when you're modeling, talking about the land use, forestry and all that, it will reflect on the SDG, on poverty. If you're talking about the other capitals, mangrove and all that, it will reflect on SDG, on life underwater and many other things. So if you're talking about the issues of economy, poverty and all that, you're also referring to SDG 8 on employment and labor and all that. So everything covers the SDG. So it helps to achieve the SDG, which is what the policy question that people are looking at. How do we achieve the SDGs? When natural capital accounting is incorporated, is mainstreamed into the economy, it will help ultimately to achieve the SDGs. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Okay, I think it is now time to conclude this session. We certainly had a rich variety of questions, from specific details and specific models and studies that have been done to the roles and mechanics of within ministries of finance, the support, and even on the regional and global level about coordination. So I think it was a fantastic and very rich discussion. I'm told we will have more opportunity to network and mingle and ask questions. There's going to be a fantastic event now at Freedom Square. If everyone wants to make their way, there will be tea and coffee, and we'll have a kiosk roundtable session in the tent. So I want to invite everyone to make their way to Freedom Square. And I will conclude by giving a really warm thanks and appreciation to our panelists, but indeed all the participants for their enthusiasm and questions. I really appreciate it. So warm thank you. Thank you very much. So please, tea and coffee and kiosks in Freedom Square. Enjoy.